Sure, there we are. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 Indalo Inclusive Symposium in partnership with Nedbank, UNIDO, and the Presidential Climate Commission. My name is Nastasia Arendse, and I will be your host for the next 2 days. For those of you where it is your first time at the symposium, welcome. The aim of the symposium is to showcase climate-smart innovation, entrepreneurial adventures, as well as present opportunities for partnerships towards a just, resilient, socially inclusive, and low-carbon economy in South Africa. And what we've seen is that eco-inclusive entrepreneurship is a paradigm-shifting concept from everyday entrepreneurship. So what we're seeing here is that it's infusing the values of business and enterprise with the environment. And with that comes entrepreneurial development, which is a fundamental part of the economic fabric, and it plays a critical role in furthering growth, innovation, and prosperity. And all of us in this room can agree that we've seen local enterprises who are vulnerable to some of the external economic as well as the environmental shocks. So over the next 2 days, what you're going to be picking up in terms of themes and conversations is that we're going to be learning how public and private actors can engage entrepreneurs in innovation efforts to combat climate change, rather. We're going to look at some of the practical ways to promote innovation, to promote creativity, as well as green and inclusive entrepreneurship. And then the one thing that's also quite important is unpacking some of the challenges that entrepreneurs face in adapting to climate change, as well as exploring some aspects of green climate finance. So thank you so much to Nedbank for supporting the symposium and also for allowing these conversations to take place. It also speaks to Nedbank's green economy strategy that is aimed at making substantial changes to the way in which the bank seeks to drive positive change in South Africa. So in terms of the housekeeping rules that you need to be aware of, because social media is indispensable to many of us, I think the cool kids like to say, if you didn't take a picture and you didn't post it on social media, were you really there? So because we want to take advantage of that, we do have Wi-Fi because we want you to tweet and take pictures and also share some of the insights that you do pick up from the symposium over the next 2 days. So in terms of the Wi-Fi code or the password, all you need to look for is free CSIR Wi-Fi. There is no code to it, so you can access it. It's free. And we will be allowing questions from the floor when it comes to certain sessions. So if you do have a question towards the end of a particular session or panel discussion, you can raise your hand, and we'll have roving mics moving around for you to be able to ask your questions. And again, because I spoke about social media being indispensable, we've got social media hashtags that you can use if you want to post or tweet. There are 3 of them. The one hashtag, we're going to have the hashtags on screen for you to see just in case you missed them, is Indopreneurship, so hashtag Indopreneurship. The other one is hashtag Symposium24. And then the other one is hashtag IISA2024. Before we kick off with the actual formal speeches, we're going to do something fun, and this is the icebreaker. So typically in most conferences, the icebreaker, people will get you to stand up and jump around or ask the person next to you how they're feeling, etc. So we're going to be doing this slightly differently using your phone. So I see most of you already have your phones in hand, so let's have your phones out. Let's just see, there we are, we've got phones. And what you're going to do is that you're going to go to menti.com, and you're going to enter that code, 49224270. And once you enter that code, you're going to see our first question for the day. This is what we call the icebreaker questions. There we go, give you a few seconds to get into that. It's menti.com. I would participate with you, but my phone is at the table, but nonetheless. So once you're in there, you should be able to see the first question. And the first question, because we want to know how you're feeling, actually reads, how are you feeling this morning? So that gives you an opportunity to vote and tell us how you're feeling. And then once your results are in, we will be able to see how you're feeling. So let's give you a few seconds to do that. I don't know if we'll be able to see the questions on screen, just so we can also track how people are voting. Okay, we'll try and come back to that first question. But the second question, we want to know, there we go. How are you feeling this morning? We've got 0 responses. Come, guys, tell us how you're feeling. We're very interested because I think how you're feeling will set the tone for the next 2 days. And we want to get you excited, feeling great, energetic, optimistic as well, based on some of the discussions that are going to take place here. So we've got, oh, there we go. Got some responses coming in. That's really good. Give it a few more seconds so we can get all those responses in so we can gauge where you are right now this morning. Okay, cool. So we seem to have 83 responses so far. And let's see, what are the responses? What do we get in terms of how people are feeling? So it seems like it's a mix of excited, feeling great, and enthusiastic. And some are feeling awesome. Okay, cool. So those are the responses that we've gotten this morning. And let's see if we can move to question 2. So question 2, I want to know, which organizations are you representing? Okay, some interesting results coming through here. Okay, cool. So we've got people coming in from Nedbank, Modest Creation, Maboto. I love how the number of responses are increasing from the first question that we got to this. So we've got you nice and warmed up. I like this crowd. Okay, cool. I think 121 responses. Combination of, oh, more people are coming in there. Lovely. Let's give it 5 more seconds before we move to the last question. Okay, cool. So we're now going to move on to the final question for this particular session, in which we try to sort of gauge how you're feeling, but also use it as an icebreaker. So the last question says, which part of the agenda are you most looking forward to today? Given the fact that we've got some fantastic speakers, an exciting program, and we're also going to give you an ability to actually move around through the exhibition, to network during the tea break and the lunch break. So we want to know, based on those options that are in front of you, what are you most excited about? So people are excited about the panel discussions, and others are looking forward to the networking cocktail event. That's nice. I'll be there for the cocktail event. And others are looking forward to the Indalo Premier Marketplace. So it seems like a nice split there, almost in terms of numbers. Okay. And others are excited about the exhibition. Okay, cool. So we're going to leave the results at that. So 33%, you're excited about the panel discussions. And it's a close call here. And the next one is the networking cocktail event. That's 21%, and the Indalo marketplace. But I like the fact that you are interested in the panel discussions. All right, great. So we are going to pause that Menti interactive session and activity for now, and we'll get to it a little bit later on. So please do not, put your phones away too quickly. They are going to come in handy. So now that we've set the scene in terms of what we can expect over the next couple of days, we've gotten a sense of how you're feeling and what you're excited about, and we are not the type of symposium to disappoint. To kick us off and officially do the opening speech, we'd like to welcome on stage Rest Kanju, who is the Director and Head of Operations at Indalo Inclusive SA. Rest, please join us on stage.
That's a pretty long walk. I regret sitting where I was sitting. Good morning. Wow. Good morning. That's better. Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here and actually extremely nervous at the same time. I think before I say much, I would like to welcome our partners and recognize a few faces and institutions that are here this morning. I made a promise to my team that I'll be like that uncle who's not so wanted in the family at the funeral, who speaks first and very quick, sits down and never come back, because I think we have more important people to speak. So, but I think before I say a few words and just set the scene in terms of what the symposium is about, please allow me to welcome and recognize a few people. I've also made a promise to the colleagues that I will miss some people, not deliberately, but because I think all of you are important, and we won't come back and keep on recognizing people. I'll just say the first time, and that will be it. But I think it's actually, befitting for me to welcome a few people in this room that I really would like them to feel especially welcome. I'm going to start with one of our board members, Candice Pillay, who's here today. She's always forever here, and I think thank you so much for making time, Candice. I'm very excited that you're here. I want to recognize and really be grateful for the partnership that we have with Nedbank, the trustees, and the Nedbank team that is here. I'm particularly excited at the particular session that for me is not on the Menti, it's more tomorrow, and I can't talk much about it now, but I'm excited about it. I want to welcome the EU head of delegation. I'm not sure if he's here already, but we're excited to have him here. Our partners in the symposium today, also UNIDO, the head of UNIDO. Thank you so much, and you're highly welcome, and the UNIDO team. The Presidential Climate Commission team, the commissioners that are here today. I won't mention each and every one of them, but the entire Presidential Climate Commission team that is here, thank you so much for being a special and content partner of the symposium today. I also want to welcome online our colleague and dear friend, the head of intergovernmental partnerships of the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Cecilia Njenga, who's joining us. I don't know where she's joining us from today, whether it's Baku or Bonn, but I think she will join us in the next session. I also want to welcome our UN colleagues, UNDP, UNEP, that are here. But I also want to give a special welcome to 3 groups of people before I say much. Our colleagues from Brussels who traveled specifically for this symposium. Please clap hands for them, colleagues. I have a feeling I want to make you stand up, but I think that's possibly enough for now, right? Thank you. So the Vito colleagues that are here in partnership with UNIDO, thank you so much. I want to welcome colleagues, partners from a few SADC countries, people from CLOS, CI, and others on the Pro Nature program. Wherever you are, please clap hands for everybody and for yourselves as well. I think I've seen a couple of you. Thank you so much. But I also want to welcome our colleagues and partners from Kenya. I think Maluta will be particularly excited about this. Where are you sitting, guys? Can't see you. Are they here? Right. Okay. Thank you. And I also want to welcome partners and colleagues from Germany who are here, from Biotensidone. Thank you so much for making time. Thank you. So, allow me very quickly to share a few words and set the scene, and hopefully not take too much of your time. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I do feel that the Indalo Symposium, as an annual flagship event, presents an opportunity for us to reflect on the work and the programming, but most importantly, to celebrate the remarkable work that is done by entrepreneurs across the length and breadth of South Africa. This year in particular, the event brings together an even bigger platform through which entrepreneurs can be profiled to wider regions, including what I've just mentioned in Europe, Southern Africa, and East Africa. I'm particularly delighted, like I said, to welcome these partners and colleagues from these countries that I've just mentioned. And like I said, colleagues, the event will not be possible without and I want to emphasize this, the diligent and financial support of our core partner, Nedbank. The Nedbank partnership for us continues to be revolutionary and innovative for the benefit of the entrepreneurs in their pursuit for their own unique contribution to a sustainable economic, social and green growth of South Africa and the world. And for us, this partnership, colleagues, goes beyond just financial support. It's a testament to the commitment of Nedbank in creating positive change and empowering communities. Your dedication to a positive environmental change and socio-economic growth deeply resonates with our values, and we are honored to have you in this journey. This year, ladies and gentlemen, we also, as I've mentioned, welcome, and we're very excited about this, welcome UNIDO and the Presidential Climate Commission as content partners for this symposium. There's a lineup of sessions that are very exciting that are coming in the next few minutes, and I look forward to those. We thank you as content partners for the stamp of confidence in the work of Indalo Inclusive, as well as the symposium in particular. I'm highly expectant of the discussions and the outcomes of this event in the next 2 days. We have attempted, ladies and gentlemen, to put together a lineup of relevant topics, as well as activities that we feel will demonstrate our commitment to the cause of growth of eco-inclusive entrepreneurs in the South African landscape. In addition, there are a few announcements that we believe will be cutting edge and will revolutionize the social and green entrepreneurship ecosystem in South Africa. For starters, just before lunch today, we will be announcing a partnership with Subvia, the South African Photovoltaic Association, that will, among others, anchor a partnership we have with the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, which we will, together with our implementation partner in pursuit, move to build an energy resilience among township and rural entrepreneurs of Limpopo and Mpumalanga province. In the same afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate the excellence in Indalopreneurship. Our eco-inclusive entrepreneurs that are supported by Nedbank through the Siagia program will be honored today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am actually very thrilled and ecstatic, if I were to say the least, to tell you that tomorrow, which is day 2 of the symposium, we'll be announcing an even much bigger revolutionary funding instrument for the South African landscape, together with our partner Nedbank. I will say that's enough said for now. All I can say is do not miss the breakfast session tomorrow, scheduled at 9 o'clock in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, at the core of our work is the identification, support, and promotion of what we call eco and inclusive entrepreneurs that are at the center of the development and the growing of a critical mass of intellectual capital, innovation, and technology that contributes to the national discourse for a transition to a low-carbon and green economy in South Africa. As Indalo, we are inundated on a day-to-day basis to work in the Mpumalanga province and other parts, and we are grateful for the support of GIZ and the partnership we have with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And I'm delighted that Gregor is here to represent GIZ on that specific note. A good number of the participants in this event come from far-flung rural and somewhat not immediately thought of landscapes and regions of South Africa. I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to engage and interact with them. I'm very certain that such interaction will broaden your understanding of the challenges that these communities are faced with, as well as opportunities for growth and partnership. Enjoy the symposium and ensure that you take contacts and keep memories that are meaningful and lasting. I thank you. I shall not be back here until tomorrow.
Thank you to Rest for those acknowledgements and also talking to us about what we rather aim to achieve for the symposium. And the next speaker that I'd like to welcome is Puvi Pillay, who is the Executive Head of CSI at Nedbank. Puvi, please join us on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Wow, that's much better. Thank you. As part of Nedbank, we are really, I think, humbled, and we feel blessed that we have a partner such as Indalo. I think that's the best way to put it. And the reason we feel that way is over the last 3 years that we've had this relationship with Indalo, we've seen absolutely massive impact, which is exactly what we wanted. And I think Indalo is blessed in its own way because it works with just fabulous people on the ground trying to make an impact every day. So to put that all into context, I'd like to speak very quickly about a couple of things. One is the brand in Nedbank and why are we involved. Two, the challenges in South Africa and more focusing on what we need to get done in order to sort it out. And three, the right levels of impact in order for us to create scale and truly transformative change. So the first one, in terms of Nedbank. I think Nedbank, prior to us being involved in the green economy, which is about almost 3 years now, we were like all things to all people, from food scarcity to feeding drives to any social challenge that was out there. We kind of focused on it as a socio-economic development funder to try and solve. But when we step back, the major question we had in our mind is, for all of this investment and all of the effort, is there really impact? And, I guess each organization and each person working in whatever they work in can attest to some level of impact. But when you remove yourself from where you are currently at, unemployment is still the way it was. And that's a fact. I pause there for a reason. You can't be like doing this stuff for 20 odd years or 30 odd years and have unemployment go up. We can't do this stuff and have young people with less hope one decade to the next increasing. We can't have all of this effort results in a still non-transformative ecosystem. And by the ecosystem, I mean, say we invested in a bunch of entrepreneurs and they were making a significant impact in the community that they're from or that they're working in, but we haven't transformed the education system. We have not transformed the entire pipeline and ecosystem from supply chain management all the way through to pricing, to jobs, to everything else, and think we've done a good job. We have not done a good job. And therefore, it's time for us to do a good job. And that means to do a good job countrywide. And Nedbank must only play its role in that. It's not exclusively one of the people that has a right to play in it. It just has to play its role in it. And therefore, we stepped back and said, what are the biggest challenges in the world? What are the biggest challenges in South Africa? Who are we as Nedbank? A more important question than who are we as Nedbank is, who do we as Nedbank want to be? And that comes with a lot of challenges to how we used to operate and how we intend to operate. And therefore, we settled on the green economy in agriculture, wastewater, and energy. And the reason we settled on that was because we felt that South Africans of low and semi-skill could play a huge role in actually generating an economic presence and take, I think I'll coin a phrase that has been used previously in different other sessions, which says, why do we always want the poor to survive? Why don't we start creating wealth for the poor? Why don't we actually get them involved in the economic system when they have been actually totally excluded from it? So our view was to invest in these four sectors and to invest in them heavily, but to invest in the right outcomes. Some of the things that I've said already is quite challenging. So I'll give you a stat. South Africa is one of the highest spenders per capita anywhere in the world by US dollar terms, based on the population size and based on US dollar terms on social and economic transformation. We're in the top 3 spenders worldwide. Worldwide. We're in the bottom 1% of outcomes. So either we are not doing it the way we should be, or we're not doing it for the right people, or we're just not doing it properly, actually. And therefore, we need to have a reflection on that. And as Nedbank, I think we're trying to hold up the mirror to ourselves to go, what do we do to make sure that that does not happen going forward? So investing in these sectors was huge for us to create 3 outcomes. We want to grow entrepreneurs, grow entrepreneurs. No, he's growing entrepreneurs. No, he's saying, here's a skill. You're an entrepreneur now. Go figure it out yourself. You know, grow entrepreneurs, but grow enterprises. Actually grow the businesses. And those businesses must make money doing the right stuff. Helping the environment. You can't ask people to worry about saving the planet if they can't feed their children and send them to school. So those businesses must make money in a way that they are not dependent on grants anymore. They must then go and employ other people. Those people must go change their lives, change their families' legacies, because that's what we are doing here. There's a trajectory in terms of where a family is heading to because of economic exclusion and a whole bunch of other things. No use having freedom if you don't have economic freedom. If those people start to make money in their enterprises, they can start to give their kids a better education. The people working in those enterprises can change the trajectory of their families' lives for generations going forward. And if that happens, the country rises. So create entrepreneurs, create enterprises, and lastly, create jobs. You want to create jobs first. Because if you're creating jobs first, you're creating dependency. And create the sense that people can have the spirit to change the world. And in South Africa, there's no such thing as a silver bullet, but if there was one thing that we could all settle on, it would be to grow small businesses. Because every country prospers by making small business grow. And we have the sense that in South Africa, we are not entrepreneurial by nature, which is absolute nonsense. It's nonsense. And the reason I say it's nonsense, historically it's nonsense. Before the Suez Canal was opened, the East traded with the West via us. Okay? So we have hundreds of years of history of being able to be traders long before the Dutch settled here, long before all of that happened. This was a trading port. So the entrepreneurial spirit's there. What we did was we killed it for about a century by saying, you're no good, You shouldn't be thinking about that. Think about other things and think about safety, like getting a job somewhere. Now we have to undo that work. And that work is represented by the people that sit around the table here. I want to make a couple more points and then conclude. No use coming late and then stealing the time. What is our role as a bank? A lot of people see the bank as, okay, you guys got the money, put the money, and we'll give you a report. We are not that bank. You may be thinking of a different color, but you're not thinking about green. We are a partner. And a partner, like in any partnership in life, marriages, relationships, anything else, it comes with good and bad. So a partner means we will look to fund the right stuff, but we are with you to support you. That's the positive side. But there's also a level of accountability. I gave you that stat not for a reason, not for no reason. We can't be one of the highest spenders in the world in this sector or in these sectors in social economic development and with the worst outcomes. As a country, we're never going to progress. The reflection on how good we are in the next, say, 20, 30 years, in generation even after us, way after us, will be that the unemployment rate is negligible. That's the true value of our work. That people are prospering. That children, young girls don't have to worry about sanitary issues. That rivers are flowing. That children are going to school and getting an outcome with an education that's skills-based that they can actually go do something with. That poverty is not an issue. That 6 million people have actually, right now we've got 6 million people without access to clean drinking water. We've got 11% of the South African population with no access to any energy, including illegal. That'll be the reflection of the work we do. So in conclusion, the reason why we are so thrilled to be with Indalo is they've shown us that impact is possible. I'll give you some quick examples. In certain places like Karankua, they take used oil by street vendors, used cooking oil that will normally be dumped into some drain somewhere, converting it into products such as engine car cleaners, detergents, soaps, etc. Okay. In other parts, they are taking black wattle trees that were grown without the knowledge of the people in that community, that that's an alien species and will drain the water source of Matatial, converting it into coal so that we can sell. We cannot think about this problem like, let's feed that child and let's walk away. No, this is not that. This is to make sure that that child never has to go hungry again for the rest of their lives. And that means we have to make sure that enterprise development is key, those things are successful, and that they work. And at the end of the day, South Africans need to live a better life, and we need to take our rightful place in the world, not just during the World Cup rugby, but throughout time. And I'll give you one last example before I go. India was not even in the top 15 about 20 odd years ago in terms of the world economy. They're now number 5 in the world. They will be number 4 in a couple of years' time. 60% of all the listed companies in India provide socio-economic support, growing entrepreneurs. So there's a good silver bullet to look at. Thanks, guys. Hope you enjoy the time.
Thank you to Puvi for sharing especially some of the work that they've done as Nedbank. But the one thing I have to say, and I'm sure all of you will agree, is that he's got a fantastic sense of humor. And he also gets to marry it with giving us some sobering stats, which we all know, especially as it relates to entrepreneurship with us, that we can actually replicate and keep going. The next speaker that I'm going to welcome is Dr. Diego Macera, who is a representative at UNIDO.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be here representing UNIDO, which is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization that has a mandate to promote sustainable and inclusive industrial development. And that, as it's very interesting to, and a privilege to co-sponsor this event with organizations like NetBank, the Presidential Climate Change Commission, Indalo, etc., because we need partnerships, we need entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship can only flourish in a context where the banks, the research institutions, the trainers, the United Nations, the government work together. Having said that, distinguished guests, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and colleagues, it is both an honor and a profound responsibility to stand before you today as UNIDO Regional Representative for Southern Africa at the Indalo Inclusive Symposium 2024. This year's theme, Fostering Global Partnerships and Financing Mechanisms for a Thriving Social and Green Entrepreneurship Ecosystem towards a just, resilient, and equitable transition to a low-carbon economy, not only frames our discussions, but also challenges us to transform these words into actionable, impactful realities. At UNIDO, our commitment to fostering sustainable practices is unwavering. We strive to facilitate economic resilience, environmental sustainability, and inclusivity across all sectors of society. Our world today, as it was mentioned before, is marked by a convergence of challenges, particularly those exacerbated by climate change, shocks, and stresses. Sustainable energy, central to our efforts, serves as a critical link connecting economic growth, social equity, and environmental stewardship. It empowers communities, reduces inequalities, and lays the foundation for a sustainable future. By promoting sustainable energy solutions, we aim to assist industries in reducing their energy consumption and utilizing renewable energy efficiently to enhance their competitiveness and productivity. The integration of climate change with the water, energy, food nexus presents a complex scenario where solutions must be as interconnected as the problems themselves. Our pursuit of sustainable development must carefully balance water use and energy consumption. In Southern Africa, our specific regional challenges include managing the increasing demands on water and energy driven by population growth, economic expansion, and urbanization. These challenges are heightened by the vulnerabilities of our local enterprises to climate, economic, and environmental shocks. The need for innovative solutions that address these challenges while promoting sustainable growth cannot be overstressed. Partnerships and innovation stands as the cornerstones of our collective efforts to address the unique challenges facing South Africa. In a region marked by diverse socioeconomic conditions and environmental vulnerabilities, collaborative approaches are not just beneficial, they are essential. By uniting governments, industry leaders, local communities, and international organizations, we can harness a broad spectrum of insights and expertise. These partnerships facilitate the development of innovative, context-specific solutions that are sustainable and scalable. For instance, in tackling the energy-water nexus, collaborative innovation can lead to the development of technologies and systems that optimize resource use, minimizing waste and maximizing efficiency. Such initiatives can only thrive through strong partnerships that foster open exchange and mutual learning. By prioritizing these collaborations, UNIDO aims to spearhead transformative changes that are tailored to the specific demands of Southern Africa economic and environmental landscapes. This brings me to highlight a key project funded by the government of Flanders in Africa, implemented by UNIDO titled Strengthening the Adaptation Capacity of Industry for a Green and Resilient Economy in South Africa, which focuses on climate change adaptation in industries, particularly within the agro-processing sector. This project is designed to help businesses become more resilient to climate change, mitigate negative environmental impacts, and prepare robustly for future climate conditions. Additionally, this week, on 16th of May, in this same venue, in collaboration with Vito, UNIDO is excited to host a one-day training workshop titled Bridging Water and Energy, Understanding the Challenges and Opportunities in the Nexus. Understanding the challenges and opportunities in the Nexus, this workshop is set to provide participants with a deep dive into the water energy nexus, equipping them with the knowledge and practical tools needed to develop sustainable water and energy management strategies. These strategies are vital for strengthening the climate resilience of industries in South Africa, with a particular focus on enhancing the sustainability of agro-processing industries. Today, under the umbrella of this symposium, let us be reminded of the urgency and necessity of our collective efforts. The path to a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive economy is undoubtedly challenging. However, the opportunities for innovation and collaboration can pave the way for significant advancements. By focusing on sustainable energy and the critical interdependencies within the water energy nexus, we are setting the stage for a thriving, green, and inclusive economy. In conclusion, let's harness the innovative spirit and collaborative potential of this gathering to create impactful and lasting solutions. Together, we can build an entrepreneurial ecosystem that not only supports economic growth, but also ensures the well-being of our planet and its people. Thank you for your attention. I'm eager to engage in meaningful discussions and look forward to the innovative outcomes that will emerge from this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Masera for those words. The next speaker is Dr. Bongani Mwale, who is a commissioner at the Presidential Climate Commission. Dr. Mwale, if you can join us on stage.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I see on my left there's a gentleman that looks exactly like a player who plays for the most successful team in South Africa, and I know those that support those that come from the side will take serious offense. It looks exactly like Neo Mayema. Diego, Dr. Diego Masera from UNIDO, Rest Kanju from Indalo, Gregory Skimol, Puven Pillay from NetBank. Let me also acknowledge our community reps, because I come from a community constituency. We have community members from Emelo, from Edipaliseng, from Gqeberha, from Matatiela. Oi, oi, community members, oi, oi. Where are they? Oh, I am told we are joined by one media house, Mail and Guardian, and thank you very much for really joining us. But let me join Rest. I see that Rest, you didn't rest because this is well organized. I'm not sure whether the name says Rest
or for resting or rest for all of us, but I will take the latter. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say safely all protocols are observed. The Presidential Climate Commission is delighted to join Indalo Inclusive in collaboration with Nedbank in hosting this annual flagship event, which will feature, according to us, UNIDO and many other partners that Rest had mentioned. We are indeed honored to be convened so that we can join you in to exchange insight and best practices pertaining to domestic policy developments concerning climate change and the just transition. And I was excited, I must state, when Puven spoke of the centrality of SMME to sustainable development and growth. The idea of a two-day convention aimed at enhancing dialogue and partnership between the diverse partnerships and diverse participants, including private sector, government, civil society, that's here, enterprise support organization, on a single platform is really appreciated. And thank you very much, Indalo, for that. As the Commission, we are indeed already seeing opportunities for collaboration with Indalo as a marketplace through which partners together can come to dialogue, network, showcase climate smart innovation and green enterprises. The theme of this symposium is massive and it's loaded, but I guess it reflects the broadness of both the challenges and opportunities. Central to just transition is the principle of procedural justice. This should be reflected in transparency, accountability, inclusivity in South Africa's just energy transition. South Africa has a strong democracy and an active civil society, and we should harness the energy of all social partners and government to make sure that South Africa meets its targets on growth. Achieving an inclusive just transition that leads to one that leaves no one behind will need to be underpinned by effective strategy to guide stakeholder engagement. Such a strategy incorporates trust, collaboration, but it must allow us to strengthen engagement with social partners on just transition and climate change topics, without which the just transition will not be possible. That's our view. As the Commission, we are also joined, we understand that we are joined by several important constituencies from various provinces, notably Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Sistutu, I saw you, trade unions, several municipalities and civil society, as I stated before. This is gratifying because in recent times, there has been quite few criticisms raised about the process and stakeholders bemoaned that consultation has been inadequate, including there's been a lot of criticisms coming from workers and communities as well. And we want to appreciate once again Indalo for creating this platform. Today, as the PCC, we are joining you to share with you some of our experiences and to call upon you not to desert the notable path toward the net zero society underpinned by equity, sustainability, prosperity for all. We have shared with you, distributed our just transition framework. I think we are going to go through and see what the Commission said. This gathering to us is important because it re-emphasizes the significance of engaging all stakeholders, including government, private sector, social partners, communities, very importantly, that we do not leave communities behind. Because our struggle for a just society is real and material, key on the agenda should be our deliberations should remain the issue of skills development and reskilling. The just transition will require a robust skills system to facilitate the transition away through reskilling programs to empower workers in these sectors, addressing concerns regarding unemployment, ensuring smooth transition to new sustainable industries. Such an ecosystem will require collaboration between private sector and government to identify skills gaps, provide training opportunities, and foster innovation necessary to driving a just transition. In an advent, ladies and gentlemen, we need to address the knowledge gaps and to some extent debunk the misconceptions that exist, and we need to continue to build trust through dialogue, but not only through dialogue, through action as well. That has been our position as the Commission. Let me share with you just three things that we have learned, amongst others, as the Commission. If you go to our website, you will see that there are a lot of assets. We have written a lot, there are a lot of reports that are there. But at the high level, I want to share with you just three lessons that we learned. The first one is on timing, the second one is on finances, the third one is on policies. It takes significant amount of time to plan and execute projects such as the ones we are discussing today. It can take years of early work to ensure necessary financing, conduct worker negotiations, engage with communities, and effect economic diversification plans to ensure seamless and measured transition. We must learn from Komati process and be sure that any transition projects need to start as soon as possible. And I must share with you, ladies and gentlemen, that for us, we have said Komati is the flagship. If the Komati project fails, it is going to be very difficult for people to believe what we say. The second one is on finances, and you know, ladies and gentlemen, that it requires, just transition requires a lot of money to execute. And there are sectors that are going to gain profit, and there are some that are going to lose money, but they will have to re-strategize. On policies, while there is a strong support for just transition at the national level, as well as in Mpumalanga, Mamtutu, represent Mpumalanga and leadership in Mpumalanga can read from your consistency, and we are going to benefit. We're saying various strategies are not always aligned, ladies and gentlemen, and none are specifically aimed at managing the decommissioning and repurposing processes. Komati, as I've said, is a pioneer and test case for this type of future projects. Further policy work is underway to help to remedy this. We are working with various stakeholders as the Commission. Moving towards conclusion, REST and Program Director, is that we feel that this platform, through which ecosystem partners, including those that you've mentioned, REST, will help us develop climate smart and green solutions. And at the center of everything we do should be the issue of innovation. And I've indicated should be the issue of the people, should be the issue of the people. Let us maintain and accelerate the successes of the past Indalo inclusive events in igniting climate smart enterprises. I would like to thank you once again, all of you ladies and gentlemen, and of course I'm speaking on behalf of the PCC, not Indalo, but we are partnering with Indalo for really attending. We are going through our commissioners and our heads of various departments within the Secretariat share our own reflection. And as we look to guide and support future engagements and partnership. And with that said, thank you very much for inviting us. We are delighted to be part of this, and we are going to be here for the next 2 days. And I can assure you, rest, that I'll be coming back through the commissioners, through Divine is going to be speaking. Whatever they are going to be representing shall be representing my views as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the Commissioner for those words. And I just want to mention something. So we attend a lot of these events, and because we want to have an impact, you tend to have a certain target when it comes to the number of people that you're expecting. And with this particular one, I do want to say, and I think it should be mentioned, that we've exceeded that target. And I think we're going to continue to exceed that target throughout the day, and even including tomorrow as these engagements become more robust. The target was 150 people in this room. And do you know how many people are sitting in this room? 210. So give yourselves a round of applause. You've picked a fantastic place to be over the next couple of days, and rest, having heard what Puvi has mentioned, having heard what Dr. Masera has mentioned, including the Commissioner, and we're going to hear from the next speaker as well. These partnerships, which was a common thread that we've picked up from the speakers, is going to be important for us to be able to have even a bigger room with lots more people wanting to engage and wanting to learn as well. The final speaker for this particular session is Gregor Small, who is the Program Director for Climate Cluster at GIZ. If we can have Gregor on stage.
No pressure, Nastasia. Next time, more people putting me on the stage next. So I'm then responsible to get more people in the room next time, I guess. We'll try. Good morning, colleagues. Rest, thanks for having us. When you look at the program, and there's 4 speakers already before you, you actually start wondering, you know, what are you going to tell these people that they have not heard before? I was going to start with my name, but obviously that's not a secret anymore either, so that's also not news. Let me talk about what a development organization like ourselves can bring to the table, and how we see the picture and what angle we're coming from. So hopefully there's some news in there. GIZ is a service provider in the field of international cooperation for sustainable development. We are a federal German enterprise and work based on commission, mostly mostly based in Germany or from the German government, but also from others like the European Commission, for example. In South Africa, we mainly work on the areas of climate change and energy, skills and employment creation, as well as governance. And over the last couple of years, the theme of just transition has really emerged as a theme that, as a broader field of interventions that we have adopted as a guiding principle. So we are really trying to think more on an integrated scale and move away from that singular-based project interventions that you might have seen in the past with many development organizations, and move over to a more holistic and programmatic approach. And I think for South Africa, it has worked really well. And last but not least, because also the South African government has really driven this approach with just transition as a concept, which has been developed in South Africa for more than a decade, especially led by the unions, but also other civil actors. And also South Africa put this on the agenda, also in the international content, by forging the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which we as a development organization were able to latch onto when putting forward our funding proposals for projects. And I think what is true for us as GIZ is also very true for many other players in the international cooperation, that the support is currently being organized in a more systemic manner around the different work streams that the South African government has defined in its investment plan for the Just Energy Transition in South Africa. And while we heard from Bongani, for example, that there's obviously still some more alignment on the ground that has to be done, we see that on a daily basis in Mpumalanga when it comes to coordination. From my perspective, I think especially also compared to other countries, South Africa has come a very long way, and is to me at the forefront of organizing such process around a concept like just transition. And I mean, as we heard already, and I'm not going to go into detail about that anymore, of course, such a transition poses a significant challenge. Social challenges, particularly in regions like in Mpumalanga that are heavily reliant on coal mining, coal-based value chains, and the question of employment, obviously, as we heard before, is a crucial one. But the global shift towards renewable energy and away from coal is not just an environmental and economic necessity, it also creates new opportunities and can be underlined by an economic strategy fostering innovation, technological advancement, and embracing entrepreneurship. And I mean, what has become very clear from other speakers before, entrepreneurs don't grow on trees, right? So you need an ecosystem and networks that actually foster that growth of entrepreneurism, especially on a local and regional level, and especially under structurally challenging conditions like in Mpumalanga. So this is again where government and also development organizations like ourselves can come in and provide that direly needed support. As GIZ, we, for example, support the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency, which eventually should play the role of a regional development organization and provide business support, networking, and tackle barriers that many of these upcoming SMMEs are facing on a daily basis. And ideally, such initiatives are actually just not on a technical level, on a business level, but also met by financial cooperation and financial support, which are also currently under development by PCC, by PMU, by other development finance institutions. So when it comes to Indalo, GIZ has already been working with Indalo a couple of years back under the SPIPA project, support to the Paris Agreement, that's the full name of this project, which was jointly funded through the International Climate Initiative and the EU. And that project was called the Indalopreneur Just Transition Enterprise Support Program, long name, the IJP in short, and was a business competition that aimed at developing green business ideas that would support efforts to achieve that just transition in South Africa, especially in Mpumalanga. And that project was focused on training more than 20 enterprises, with further 10 receiving financial support. And our current project with Indalo is actually a continuation of that IJP project, but it's more directed towards policy direction provided by the National Employment Vulnerability Assessments, long word, that was initially done, as Rest mentioned, by the Department of Environment. And I think what I like about this initiative is that we are able to connect a policy-based approach of a department with a very much on-the-ground grassroots approach that is actually delivering impact, like our previous speakers have mentioned also. And so rest, with Indalo, I think you're really working on the forefront of the things that need to happen on the ground. And as organization, as GIZ, we are really excited to be part of the journey and being able to support you guys, what you're doing there. And looking forward to more collaboration and extending that cooperation. And I'm very much looking forward to the next coming 2 days, being here, engaging with the different organizations, the many that we have seen in the beginning there. And as GIZ, we'll also be involved in a range of the upcoming sessions. And thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this. And I wish all of you a successful event and fruitful engagements. Thank you very much.
Gregor, for doing the closing in terms of the speeches and the reflections that we wanted. So we've touched a little bit on partnerships, which I did mention was the common thread amongst the speeches that we got a little bit earlier on. But we also got to learn a little bit more about some of the work that the Presidential Climate Commission has been engaging in. So because in the beginning of the program, we had that mentee engagement, and one of the things you said that you were excited about were the panel discussions. And we're going to do just that. We're going to kick it up a little bit by having those panel discussions. And the first panel discussion is going to be looking at the work of the UNFCCC COP process for South Africa's climate change agenda. Before I tell you a little bit more about what this panel is going to be focusing on and also the outcomes or the aims or some of the discussions, let me welcome the panel members so they can join us on stage. The first panel member is going to be joining us virtually, and that is Cecilia Kinuthia Njenga. She's the Director for Intergovernmental Support and Collective Progress Division at the UNFCCC. So she coordinates and develops the overall vision and its implementation for the intergovernmental process on climate change, including providing support to governing subsidiary constituted bodies of the convention, the Kyoto Protocol, as well as the Paris Agreement. So she's going to be joining us online for this discussion. The next panelist who's going to join us in the room on Senior Projects Coordinator at Indalo Inclusive. She manages and coordinates initiatives across the climate policy, climate finance, and the just transition portfolios. Let's welcome her onto stage. The next panelist is Nokwazi Moyo, is the Sustainable Development Expert at UNIDO South Africa. He's currently working on the projects, the South African Industrial Adaptation Project, at UNIDO. He is a project developer, strategist with a history of designing, commissioning, and managing large, innovative projects. The next speaker is Bhavna Dionarayan, who is a senior project manager for climate, energy, and water at NBI. She currently works with the Climate, Energy, Water team as the senior project manager, as I mentioned, and there she manages the annual COPs and the components of the work under other NBI work streams. So just so I can get a thumbs up from technical whether we do have Cecilia with us. She is there, fantastic. So I'm going to stand here and talk to you a little bit more about what the aim of this particular discussion is. So the United Nations Climate Change Conferences, most of us know them as COPs, so they play a pivotal role in shaping climate action. And part of the session is that we want to talk about the outcomes of COP28. We want to discuss what the priorities for COP29 are going to be. And we're also going to be looking at the significance of South Africa's national climate agenda, especially as we bring in the conversation around entrepreneurship. So this discussion is about reflecting, It's about looking at actionable insights going into COP29. It's about highlighting the role of entrepreneurship in driving the innovative solutions that we need in order for us to be able to sustainably develop South Africa. I seem to be echoing there. We'll fix that. All right, so that is what we're going to be talking about. And to start us off, we are going to kick off with Cecilia. That is Cecilia Kinuthia Njenga. She's going to be talking to us about the COP process and also looking at some of the key outcomes and agreements coming out of COP28 and reflecting on the priorities as we go into COP29. So Cecilia, I'm pretty sure you can hear me, so the floor is yours. You can kick us off.
No, well, great, thank you, and I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much, moderator, and it's indeed a great pleasure to be joining you from Bonn, Germany, where the seat of the Secretariat of the UNFCCC is based. I spent over 10 years in South Africa before moving here, and it's really always a great pleasure when Indalo invites me to this event. It's a pity I cannot be there in person. I've seen you in that room, and I think the excitement is really there about the great things that small businesses and entrepreneurs can do in terms of bringing real transformation into the work that's happening at the global level, informed by the local level. All protocols observed. I'll just dive in, mainly because of time. And I'll start, I would never be able to start a conversation as this, sitting at this global level and realizing the intensity of this, existential issue of climate change, and how the negotiations at the global level have so much significance in what happens at the local level, and the importance of building relationships and building trust. Trust that would ensure that we address this existential challenge jointly and collectively, but also trust that resources are made available at the level that they are required, with not only at the country level, but with the entrepreneurs that are supporting us to move within that just transition and in that transformational manner that we require. So I'd like to start by quoting Nelson Mandela, who said, "Action without vision is only passing time, and vision without action is merely daydreaming. But vision with action can change the world." And it always seems impossible. Whenever I start a COP, this will be my fourth COP in this space. And I'll tell you that when the COP is closing, I'm always down in tears, because it always seems impossible until it's done, when that last decision is adopted. And I see Minister Chrissy, and I see the delegation from South Africa having sleepless nights to ensure that elements that will ensure that developing countries, emerging economies are really central to driving this global existential challenge and addressing it in a better and coherent manner that is beneficial for developing countries is real. And therefore today I will be speaking to you about the outcome, not only of COP28, but looking forward to COP29 and where the opportunities that have been created over the previous COPs, but also looking forward to COP29 and where the opportunities are for small businesses. So let me move very quickly to the legacy of COP28. The COP presidency was the United Arab Emirates, and they hosted that COP. When the host country offers to host the COP, they have a responsibility to drive leadership and to drive the COP and the entire globe collectively to an intended outcome. One of the things that was happening at COP28 was the conclusion of the first global stocktake. The first global stocktake was meant to assess 5 years backwards in terms of looking at where we were in terms of implementing the Paris Agreement. And I'd like to mention here that the Paris Agreement was a turning point in the climate change negotiations. It started looking at issues in a more balanced manner, not just looking at mitigation in terms of the reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also looking at adaptation, which is a real issue for us in developing countries, and looking also at the combined importance of the means of implementation in terms of bringing real transformation with finance really at the center, technology transfer, as well as capacity of our countries to be able to address this existential problem. So the conclusion of the global stocktake was such a critical moment for us at COP28, and the leadership that was demonstrated and a very difficult negotiation process by the UAE was fundamental in terms of laying the ground for an implementation towards transformative actions. And I think this was a really turning point for our convention, as well as for the process, which was already undertaking its 28th COP over a 30-year period of the existence of the convention. I'd like to provide the key highlights of what emerged out of COP28, and I listened into the presentation and the remarks that were made by Nedbank, and I also listened to Bongani, from the Presidential Commission, speaking about this. So I'd really like just to really highlight some of the things they mentioned. As I said, the conclusion of the first global stocktake, it was fundamental, and I will be highlighting key issues around this. But we also saw at COP28 the decision, the governing of the decision of the new funding for loss and damage, and having about $780 million contribution within a time frame of 2 days at the COP. And this was really historic in the fact that this was a decision that was governed at the very beginning. It was a decision that had been negotiated for over 15 years, and therefore there was huge jubilation in terms of seeing that this funding, a dedicated fund for loss and damage, was launched at COP28. Parties also agreed to new targets for a global goal on adaptation. And for us, this is critical for Africa, for South Africa, and for developing countries. And starting to see how adaptation, climate change adaptation can really take a central place equally to mitigation, but of course, hand in hand with mitigation, and as well as being supported, because here is where we are talking about our infrastructural needs in terms of adapting to climate change, but also the capacity for communities to build resilience and be able to adopt technologies that can support us to deal with our fundamental issues. And I'd like to say health, water, energy, the response mechanisms that can be, deployed to respond to the challenges of climate change at the national and local level are quite significant. We started a significant conversation to advance the whole need for seeing reforms within the finance sector. And not just the multilateral development banks, but also looking at the whole realm of innovative financing mechanisms that would have to be unleashed in order for the decisions that are emerging out of this process to be addressed, including our national policies, our climate change, actions at national level, to be able to have adequate financing to support them. But more significant also for you as Indalo was the inclusion of youth and gender, and the launching of a new approach to look at also children's responsibilities and also their response mechanism as far as climate is concerned. So there was the introduction of the first presidency youth climate champion, who will now focus also not only on rallying more action around youth and their involvement in climate action, but also fostering a more gender responsive response to climate change. So what was it that there was jubilation around at the end when we had this unprecedented reference to transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy system? I think what was critical was because apart from this announcement of transitioning away from fossil fuel, there was an intended package of how this would happen. The first I would like to mention, and was already mentioned earlier by our colleague from GTZ, was the target on tripling renewables and doubling energy efficiency. The fact that that language is now in the decision is quite significant, even as far as small businesses and the entire value chain of energy is concerned. There is opportunities that this, this declaration on the targeting of renewable energies and doubling energy efficiency has. The second area I'd like to highlight was the looking at much more an integrated approach in terms of how we deal with emissions, and therefore the next generation of what we call the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, will now expected to be more ambitious, looking at all sectors, energy, water, agriculture, environment, transport, etc., and looking at them in a much more integrated way and addressing the climate change issue, not in a siloed way, but in an economy-wide process. The third is scaling up adaptation finance beyond doubling it to meet the urgent need of the evolving needs, particularly for developing countries to respond to this challenge of climate change. And third is building the momentum towards financial reforms, particularly the global financial architecture, to recognize the role of credit rating agencies. And for the first time at the COP, we called for the scaling up of concessional and grant finance. But let me very quickly go to the COP29 and what our expectations will be. And I'd like to look at COP29 within a much more broader picture, because the outcome of COP28 was heavy. What we are calling the UAE consensus was a package of decisions that ranged from all areas of work. And now moving to Baku, we come with our package, with the expectation of a package that will centrally address the whole gap around finance. And therefore, in order for us to address the issue around finance, we do know that there are unmet promises. The 100 billion that was promised really in Paris during the Paris Agreement, agreement coming into force, there was a promise. There is still a gap in terms of meeting this promise. And therefore, the COP29 presidency is playing a significant role in terms of building confidence and trust, so that when parties meet in Baku towards the end of this year, there will be not only discussing about how best to address the issue, but there will be a decision that will be on the table that will fundamentally address this gap. And we are calling this expected goal as the new quantified goal on finance, which is the negotiations are currently ongoing, and I cannot preempt the negotiations, but there is an expectation, but there will be a figure, this is the quantum issue, that would be agreed upon that would significantly increase the amount of finances that's coming on, whether through private financing, domestic financing, or through other innovative financing mechanisms that can truly address this finance gap for climate change. A second area is how the contributor base can be expanded. Currently, we know that there are a number of developing countries, only a very small number, that are contributing to this fund. But there is an ongoing conversation and negotiation. I don't know where South Africa stands on this, but there is a conversation that's currently ongoing about the necessity to broaden the contributor base towards climate change in order for countries to be able to achieve the 1.5 degree target. And therefore, just combining this and looking on to COP30, which will be in Brazil, that would really be a moment of truth. The NDCs will have been prepared. We will be able to see whether countries have made progression towards addressing their commitment to ensuring that the greenhouse gas emissions and our temperatures do not go beyond the 1.5 degrees. So what are some of the key messages from emerging out of this process? Basically, we need to showcase progress on the implementation of the global stocktake as far as finance is concerned. Of course, there will be discussions around the just transition, the mitigation work program, the doubling of doubling of adaptation fund, etc. But also looking into what does this tripling of renewable energy and the doubling of energy efficiency mean in practical terms, and where are those opportunities, not only for business, but also for financing these transitions. I will not go into more detail because I want to allow my colleagues to go into that, but I'd like to really move quickly to slide 13, which is about where the opportunities lie for you. Where do the opportunities lie for you as we move to COP29, where finance will be at the heart of the conversation? It's what you will be discussing. I see tomorrow you will be looking at the innovative finance mechanisms. And I think looking at an enhanced climate finance landscape or ecosystem will be crucial. And I think small businesses need to start articulating where you are having challenges in accessing this finance. I saw Nedbank and Indalo will be launching a new financing mechanism for small businesses. This is your opportunity to test that and see where things are working, where they are not working, whether it's in terms of access, whether it's in terms of the application processes, whether it's in terms of adequacy of the funds. We need to interrogate this and come with solutions and recommendations that can address this. The other area is private sector engagement. We saw a practical solution proposed by the UAE at COP28. They have launched what they're calling the Altera Fund. This is a 30 billion fund aimed at mobilizing climate finance. We need more of this. And I think, really excited the engagement you have with Nedbank. And I think there are opportunities even within the Africa continent to look for opportunities of raising these kinds of funds and collaborating globally and making these funds available to small business. What about the issue of supporting the energy transition? Again, as I said, there are opportunities across the value chain in the whole energy transition, whether it's in solar, whether it's in wind, nitrogen, etc. There are opportunities in the infrastructure side of things, but there are also opportunities in the supply, but also in the area of innovation and building these innovations. So let's look for these across the entire value chain. And then there is opportunity for capacity building to engage with and benefit for climate change. So the opportunities are really there. And I would really like to hear at the end of your conference what kind of solutions you have come up with. I will go to opportunities for women and youth businesses, because I think this is a crucial area we need to focus on. And COP28 has introduced the role of the presidency youth champion. And this is an opportunity for young people to start engaging globally at that level and to start articulating the future holds for you. We have a responsibility also as the older generation to ensure that we create for you these spaces for you to participate more effectively. We've also launched the Education and Capacity Building Solutions Accelerator, which is an open platform for you to engage in and benefit from that. This year, we will also be working closer to look at the Gender Responsive Action Plan and launching this at COP28. And again, it's a renewed opportunity within the gender responsive climate area to come up with better and new solutions to address the gender responsive gap around our area. And of course, opportunities for indigenous and local communities, as well as looking at the financial architecture within our domestic financing system to ensure that there is resources available for women and girls entrepreneurship opportunities for climate action. So I will want to stop here and again, always end with one of my favorite mentors of my time, Professor Wangari Maathai, Nobel Peace Prize winner, who said, in the course of history, there comes a time when humanity is called to shift to a new level of consciousness, to reach a higher moral ground, a time when we have to shade our fear and give hope to each other. That time is now. We cannot tire or give up. Sometimes I do tire and sometimes I want to give up, but we owe it to the present and we owe it to the future generations of all species to rise up and walk. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Cecilia for that. Bhavna, I want to come to you because Cecilia has explained the COP process and she's also helped us sort of reflect back and as well as look forward. Let's talk, perhaps you can touch on the relevance of the COP discussions, especially when it comes to South Africa's national climate change agenda. Do you want to use the podium? Sure, let me get out of your way just for a bit.
Thanks, Ms. Tasha. Can you hear me? Morning, everybody. Thank you. So yeah, as Natasha mentioned, my name is Bhavna Dionarayan. I'm from the National Business Initiative, and the NBI co-hosts the South Africa Pavilion at COP. And together with our business members, some of which are in the room today, such as Nedbank, and our partners, for example, the PCC, we come together to deliver the South Africa Pavilion year on year at COP. I do have a presentation, but I'm not sure if it's able to display. I think maybe I can start. COP28 was about understanding and showcasing pathways for implementation and action. But what we're seeing, and Cecilia touched on about it a bit, is that COP29 is about enhancing ambition and unpacking the investment need to enable that action. Going into COP29, I think Baku has set up their presidency website, and their slogan for COP29 is solidarity for a green world. And what the presidency is calling for is to enhance parties' NDCs, to set out national climate adaptation plans by 2025, which will identify medium, long-term adaptation needs backed by science. And then also to support the delivery of the biannual transparency reports, which provides an inventory of emissions and an overview of country progress on these emissions. I think if you can move on to the next slide, I think I have the clicker. Yeah, I think importantly for business is that COP29 is going to focus on finance. And here, one of the key objectives of the presidency is to agree on a new finance goal in Baku. And this is the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. And the presidency is calling on the private sector to come to COP ready to show how they are allocating capital and to ensuring that investment decisions are in line with the national and global climate goals. That being said, we are currently seeing it in the news year on year. Physical and transition risks from climate change is increasing. This results in socioeconomic consequences for countries across the globe. But while the risks are increasing, it has to be noted that the clean energy transition is continuing to gather momentum. And just on this slide, you will see the number of countries that have already set net zero targets, and the implementation initiatives that are underway, such as trade mechanisms, such as carbon border taxes, the EU Green Deal, which is supporting green industrialization. And then also we're seeing a number of countries that are banning, for example, internal combustion engines, and these countries are South Africa's largest export markets. To meet these targets, the world added 50% more renewable capacity in 2023 than it did in 2022. So Cecilia spoke about some of the outcomes from COP, and this slide just wants to unpack, what this means for South Africa's national climate agenda. So she mentioned that it was the first time in COP history that we had texts calling for a transition away from fossil fuels. And for South Africa, this must happen in an inclusive, just, and orderly manner. I think the PCC advocates for that in their Just Transition Framework as well. Another outcome is the tripling of renewable energy by 2030. In order for South Africa to do this by 2030, we need that international community support and means of implementation, such as the financing, the science and technology, and knowledge transfer as well. But also the understanding that, there's common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, noting that while we are a developed country, we may not have contributed, at least in the past, significantly to climate change. So what do we need to do to, a fair share in reducing emissions as well? I think I touched a bit upon the national adaptation plans. And for South Africa, implementation of these plans must be in line, as I mentioned, with our fair share contribution for implementing the UAE framework on the global climate resilience. And then lastly, greater ambition in the NDCs. So South Africa is aiming to develop an enhanced NDC. We kicked off our COP29 roadshow yesterday as NBI, where we went on the road to COP and what it's going to take to deliver a successful pavilion at COP29. I think most of us in the room today know that climate and economic transitions are challenging and complicated, and more so for developing countries that are reliant on fossil fuels to spur their economy. For countries like South Africa, there's also the grapple with poverty, unemployment, inequality. I think one of our keynote speakers mentioned the challenges that we face. But it's positive to note that despite these challenges, globally and locally, South Africa's transition to a climate resilient and inclusive economy is underway. And this is evident, I think, in the support from private sector, from civil society, particularly the NBI's Just Transition Climate Pathways work that took over 2 to 3 years to develop with a multi-faceted range of stakeholders. And this provided a science fact base that the transition in South Africa is possible. And there was buy-in from business as well as civil society, to the extent that private sector called for an enhanced NDC, and this was taken up by the national government. Coupled with enhanced climate ambition nationwide, this has seen the realization of the JET, South Africa's JET, so the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and then the establishment of entities like the PCC and the JET PMU office that's sitting within the presidency. And I think, some of the outcomes of these pieces of work that's been done by institutes such as the NBI, the PCC, and the JET PMU is evident. We had the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. We did have the Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan that was launched last year at the South Africa Pavilion at COP. And then this just shows that we have promising opportunities to unlock green industrialization and socioeconomic development in South Africa in ways that ensure greater inclusion, and that by providing policy certainty, unlocking demand, and using this catalytic JET investment, we can expand South Africa's grid capacity, we can decarbonize existing industries, and then also look into creating and localizing new industries using our critical minerals base in South Africa that can feed into industries such as EVs and solar panel generation. I think this is already embedded in our cabinet approved JET implementation plan, and the resources have and are starting to be mobilized to support these JET sectors as well. This slide just shows you pictorial views of the South Africa Pavilion at COP26, COP27, and COP29. Much of what has been achieved thus far was backed by strong business leadership driven through that multi-stakeholder consultation and collaborative processes, not just with government, but with labor and civil society as well. Some of it was facilitated by the NBI, but more importantly, amplified at the South Africa Pavilion as we bring in those voices, we bring in the initiatives that showcase and demonstrate South Africa's leadership in this just transition space. Business and civil society absolutely play a critical role in enhancing national climate ambition and driving that transition and implementation. The COP28 Pavilion was jointly, as I mentioned, jointly hosted by business and government, and this has been a collaborative process over the past 6 years. And what we've continuing to see now, some of the pictures can depict it, is that while it's co-hosted by business and government, we invite civil society, we invite the youth, and we have quite diverse sets of conversations on initiatives on how we can transition to a just economy for the country. There's more pictures on the representation. I think I wouldn't want to say the first time, but in COP28, we had quite strong civil society and community voices present. I think in one of the picture on the top right is of Sister Veronica Bettina, who came from Kasikama in the Eastern Cape. And you can't see it in full, but there was an art piece that was displayed at that pavilion. It spanned the length of the entire event space wall. And it was really a focal point at the 2 weeks of COP. We had people coming in from different countries just to look at that art piece. I can share maybe with the Indalo team a link to what that piece speaks to. But it just shows the community impacts of climate change in a small community in Kesikama and what they are seeing locally and how this is impacting their livelihoods, but noting that they are hopeful and they want their voices to be heard and they want support to be given to them so that they can come out of this challenge with new opportunities as well. We had representation from all levels of government, so at a national level, at local levels, at city levels as well. We had strong business show from CEOs to executives. We also had civil society and youth participate at the pavilion in events, and international organizations come to collaborate with South Africa on initiatives to drive that transition. I think the next part just speaks to how you can get involved. As I mentioned, the pavilion is co-hosted by business, and usually we open up the sponsorship of that to the business community. That being said, we do embark on a road to COP activities, which is event curating and determining the types of events and initiatives we want to showcase at the pavilion. And here we invite all facets of South African society, from civil society, from labor, from the youth, to send in applications to host events, to participate in dialogues, to showcase initiatives as we build the program of events in the pavilion. At COP28, we hosted 59 events in 10 days, a big feat, and there was that representation featured at the stand. And we want to just open that call again to those in the room to apply once that process opens, to showcase your initiatives, and to amplify the South African voices at the pavilion. So thank you. Just want to end by saying that COP presents an opportunity for South Africa to demonstrate leadership, that as a developing country, showing that implementation of the just transition is possible. And we want to go into this COP with a mindset to unlock opportunities and to be an example to the world that we can do this inclusively. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Bhavna. So let's come to you, Shamila. I'm curious if perhaps you can help us reflect on Indalo's participation when it comes to the UNFCCC's process.
Is my mic on?
It should be. Do you want to try the other mic? Let's see.
And now?
No, I think let's use the other one. That might be more visible. Oh, there we are.
Okay. Okay, is it on?
Yes, it's on now.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning, and all protocols observed, I guess. Today I'm going to wing it. So often, as Indalo, we engage in COP, and I think people often ask us why we get involved in the COP process as a business that supports small businesses. And I think sometimes it's challenging for people to kind of make the connection between the work that we do on the ground and the negotiations and discussions that take place on a global level. But essentially, we utilize the UNFCCC platform, and we use different platforms, not only during the COP, because not everything happens at COP. A lot of the other decisions and discussions happens prior to COP, and your final decisions gets taken at COP. So we leverage different platforms, be it the Bonn intersessionals, be it the regional climate weeks, or whatever the case may be, and different methodologies to promote green and inclusive entrepreneurship, because it aligns with the second pillar of our work. So we have two pillars of our work as Indalo Inclusive. So one is essentially to promote, support green and inclusive entrepreneurship, but the second pillar of our work is to contribute to policy and dialogue that creates this enabling environment for entrepreneurs to thrive. And so our COP work, including the work that we are doing here with the symposium today, falls into that particular pillar. And so, like I said, our work is really to promote entrepreneurship within that space. And we do this for two reasons. I mean, first, small businesses, small, medium, micro enterprises are the backbone of economies, and this happens in both developed and developing countries. But we also know that small businesses collectively contribute quite significantly to global emissions as well, especially if you're looking at Scope 3 emissions, so your supply chain. On the other hand, even though small businesses contribute to the challenge of, emissions, they are also a vital solution to the problem. And that is because of the environmental, social, and economic benefits that they actually present. So what we've seen and observed in our time at the COP, and we initially started engaging COP in COP26 virtually, and COP29 we had our first in-person presence, and then last year we received our provisional observer status, and which is now final. But what we've noticed that from a small business perspective, the focus is predominantly on that position of small businesses to actually have those solutions, to focus on the environmental, social, and economic impact. And I mean, if you look at any negotiation track or any theme that is negotiated under the convention, if you look at adaptation, if you look at mitigation, if you look at loss and damage and disaster risk reduction, if you look at gender inclusion, if you look at youth inclusion, there's always an opportunity to link that directly to SMME development, some way or the other. And I'll make an example. When you have a flood in KZN, as an example, and the infrastructure is down, it is an SMME that is agile enough to go there and provide water provision services to the people that are in that municipality, because the municipality still needs to get up and get the infrastructure to run. So we are always trying to make that connection as Indalo in this space. And more importantly, and we've also seen there's so much interest to understand that, yes, SMMEs, particularly green and inclusive SMMEs, are great to have, but how do you actually scale and replicate the impact that they have? And so last year, when we were at COP28, we spent quite a bit of time in the different sessions that we were participating in, talking about the replication opportunities and the models that we use in order to ensure scaling and replication of enterprises. And now, with the just transition coming up, you sort of see this SMMEs taking center stage in terms of the negotiations. And you see it at the global level. And last year, when I was in the Just Transition Work Program negotiations in Bonn in June last year, where they kind of do all the technical work before COP, the Africa group of negotiators stood up and said, we want enterprise development in the informal node. And the informal node would then inform the Just Transition Work Program. Unfortunately, it didn't get into the final draft of the informal node. But what the Just Transition Work Program does have is definitely advocates for decent job creation and skills development and economic diversification. And if you look at something that ties those three things together, it is definitely SMME development. And you don't only see SMME development in the global level, but you're also seeing it at the regional level, at the regional climate weeks, but as well as the local level through the work that is done by the Presidential Climate Commission, but also underneath the Just Energy Transition Partnerships. And I think Gregor from GIZ also spoke to that earlier. So, yeah, I guess that's, us Indalo getting involved in the UNFCCC process is our advocacy. I mean, because like the Paris Agreement, I think that is a perfect example of a global framework that has a multiplying effect, not only at global, regional, national, subnational, and local level, but also across different stakeholders. And we really anticipate that the just transition would have the similar multiplying effect from SMME development. And we're already seeing it, in particular in South Africa. If you look at South Africa's climate change policy landscape, you can see from 2018, there's an increased recognition of SMMEs to actually be a viable vehicle for climate action. And you can also see that resource allocation is increasing going to SMME development. And so even with the symposium between today and tomorrow, the inputs that we are gathering here today is going to inform our multi-stakeholder COP report, because there is power in numbers. So My kind of last comments to everyone is please engage and please contribute to the different discussions over the 2 days because it will go to a sort of better purpose. Yeah. Thank you.
And speaking of engaging, let's give her a round of applause here. And speaking of engaging, we're going to do something slightly different towards the end of the session. We're going to open the floor to 1 or 2 questions. If you have any questions for any one of the panelists, we'll get a mic to you, just so we can get that engagement going. Nokwazi, I want to come to you here. We've spoken about climate change. So in the context of climate change and the just transition, talk to me about the significance of forming and building local partnerships in order for us to have that global impact.
Thank you very much. I'll start by observing all protocol as others did. Firstly, I also like to maybe register that I am from UNIDO, and my boss just presented earlier, Diego. One of the things that UNIDO has done prior, or when I actually got introduced to COP, it was on COP 11 in Durban. I was supposedly the national, project manager for greening COP 17 in Durban. I didn't have any gray hair before that, and I had plenty at the end of it because behind the preparations for COP, there's a lot that goes on, as my sister here said. It is something that really opened my eyes because I was flying as UNIDO normally does, very close to the ground. We deal with situations that are actually pertaining on the ground. So we did, renewable energy issues there, showcased them and so forth, and had, symposiums that dealt with that. But coming to the issue of COP28 and then on to COP29, I believe that the declaration that was done at COP28 is quite material. The one particularly for the, the phasing off of fossil fuels. We were, as UNIDO, already in that space of looking for alternatives. And we have been doing that for quite some time. The legacy projects of COP 17 were mainly about that. We went into various renewable resources, renewable energy resources such as waste, for instance, waste conversion to energy, as well as the usual solar, and we actually conceived projects around that, and had partnerships that we created with others. A lot of government agencies, we worked with the relevant ones under CSIR and others. What came out of it is that we now are sort of ready. I can mention energy efficiency under the Industrial Energy Efficiency Project, which was a big success. And the biogas the biogas project, which also has just concluded last year. It was a relative success, I should say. And all those led us to, having some grasp on what it takes to actually create the partnerships that are successful. The one thing that we are good at, I would say, without overpraising ourselves, is that we engage with the private sector quite significantly. So we have had a lot of engagement with private sector, and our planning of our projects, we have a lot of consultations with the stakeholders, most of whom are in the private sector. But we get our mandate, obviously, from government, since we are a multilateral organization that comes through government. What I would like to focus on are the opportunities that come through those partnerships and address the relevance to COP, of COP 28's declaration of fossil fuel, phasing out. The main thing is for us to have replacement fuels that are not fossil-based. So in that respect, one of the low-hanging ones that I want to concentrate on is what was mentioned earlier by Pillay, Mr. Pillay, that the alien invasive plants or alien invasive species that need to be removed. It's an imperative that we have to do. We have to remove those because they do affect the water situation, the groundwater situation. The groundwater table is drained by these particular plants, as well as some that disrupt the flow of water, like your hyacinth and so forth, and the access to the water, and they contaminate the water in a certain way. They change the ecology of water, and therefore affect the species that live in there. The opportunity that I see, and by the way, I would like to greet Cecilia. I forgot to greet her. She's a former colleague of ours, and we worked very closely with her when she was around. So the opportunity that is presented by conversion or harvesting of alien invasive species is very, very interesting. In that, you have, giving an example, you have widespread invasive species in, say, Eastern Cape, along the river basins. You have plenty of wattle. It can be black or gray wattle. That can be, that needs to be removed. And once removed, you can then, what do you do with it? At present, the willy-nilly removal, people can just change it into, can use it as firewood, which has its own problems in terms of emissions, or it can be also, converted to charcoal, which also, the kilns of charcoal are not that emission-free, by the way. And then the proposed technology that we are looking at is gasification or pyrolysis. If we look at that closely and look at what partnerships we need to be able to implement that, I think, and then we look at what the barriers are, and then take that through and think it through and come up with projects that address it and scale up, from involvement of the small, the SMMEs at cutting of the trees level, to chipping and sending to pyrolysis plants for conversion into very, very valuable products, such as pyrolysis oil, vinegar, syngas, which can be combusted to be, into electricity, to convert to electricity, and the actual carbon, that fuel that, comes out, which can be used, biochar, which can be used as a replacement fuel for coking coal in all the high-intensity energy, industries such as steel. So it come out with green steel out of that instead of using coal. So the market for green steel is obviously much more lucrative than your usual dirty steel. So decarbonization comes with this value chain I'm looking at, and there are other products that do come with that. So in a way, I would say, with the the pathway towards living or getting away from fossil fuels has come an opportunity for all and sundry, and dealing with, people like at the grassroots level. We're looking at municipalities, traditional leaders. They are endorsing that. A case in point is Eastern Cape, the Eastern Cape Seaboard project. Yeah. And I see a lot of people from the Eastern Cape, as well as from, KZN. The Eastern Seaboard covers districts in the Eastern Cape as well as in KZN, 2 by 2. Alfred Nzo, O.R. Tambo on one side, and Harigwala and Ugu on the other. So if we were to use pyrolysis, now the question is how to access the funding, the new funding that is being explained at at COP level. I think we should be ready by the time we go there to explain how this would then chime into that. I would like to maybe not make it look like that's the only opportunity that there is. There are many other opportunities to replace the fossil fuels. The Sustainable Aviation Fuel Program, we would like to participate in that as well. We did a pre-feasibility study a few years ago in conjunction with PetroSA, and we're now working with SASO to further that.
Yeah.
I don't know if time is not allowing me.
Time is not on our side, so we'll leave that. I think we're also going to have the networking engagement, so we'll
Sure.
leave that opportunity for people to come and engage with that. Cecilia, as we wrap up this panel discussion, perhaps you can give us, I suppose, let's call it final thoughts or message that we need to think about. Cecilia's not with us anymore. Okay, unfortunately, we have lost her, so that is a pity. So what we're going to do here is that we've got I'm going to steal 1 or 2 minutes. Do we have any questions from the floor? Do you have one question? We've got 2 questions. So I'm going to take, for the interest of time, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take 2 questions from the floor. And then we're going to have another Mentimeter sort of engagement. So I'm going to pause that a little bit. But let's get 2 mics just moving through. There were the gentlemen sitting right here. So I suppose let's just go where you see a hand. Let's do that. Good. There we go. And then I see you, sir, so we'll come to you. So if you can just stand up and tell us where you're from, and just a quick question, and who you're directing your question to, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Wisdom Masangwa. I come from Mpumalanga, Komati. I wanted to ask on what are the specific emission reduction targets that were agreed upon at COP28, and how will they be implemented? And how were the youth activists and civil society organization involved in the COP28, and what impact did they have on the negotiations?
Okay.
Thank you.
Who wants to take that one, Shamila or Bhavna? Bhavna, you want? Okay, let Bhavna take that one. And then if we can have, there was a gentleman here right in the front. Okay, we can go for him. We'll come to you. Bhavna, do you want to take that in the meantime?
Thanks. Thank you for your questions. I think on the first one on emission reduction targets, I don't have all the answers, but what I can say is that South Africa has not formally committed to net zero by 2050, but we are putting measures in place through departments like the DFFE, who are going to be releasing sector emission targets. And that is generally a consulted process. I think it's currently out for comment until the end of June. So that provides targets for the key industrial sectors in the South African economy on how and when to reduce emissions. So that process is currently open to everyone for comments before that gets finalized. And then in terms of involvement at COP, so I think over the years, we tried really hard through our sponsorship raising, and we have to thank our business and private sector support for that, to get hybrid technology at the South Africa Pavilion to ensure that those who cannot afford to travel, those that are unable to travel, can still be included in the events that are happening at the pavilion. So from, you could say, COP27, all our events were live streamed and interactive, so people could join in as audience members and ask questions, or even participate and host panels from the online platform if you are unable to travel to COP. And then on the negotiations, so I do know that the South African government takes a youth delegation, and they have a youth representation at COP as part of the negotiations to hear the voices of the youth as well. And in terms of the scientific recommendations that they make, they do consult with civil society and academia to put forward those recommendations. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. And sure.
Just very quickly, I think it is very difficult to influence processes at COP. And that's why I said there's always powers in numbers. So the question on youth and women, they usually coordinate themselves and develop papers in terms of multiple organizations or multiple young people or multiple women or whatever the case may be. And they do it sometimes through organizations, sometimes they do it through constituencies, whatever the case may be. So just to give you a sense of how young people and how women in particular try to influence the process. Single-handedly, it's very difficult to do, but when you mobilize yourself, mobilize your people, it's much easier to do that. I just wanted to add that.
All right, so one last quick question.
Good day, everyone. I'm Thandazo Tingana from Port Elizabeth at Gqeberha. I'm a person living with disability. I just want to ask the panel only one question. South Africa has introduced that a gold milestone that the people living with disability must be featured in any governmental state so that they can perform their businesses. So by 2030, we're supposed to reach 7% of the people living with disability are included in business economy. So then I want to know all these COPs, where did they feature the people living with disability? Thank you.
Want to take that one? That's a fantastic question. Thank you. Shamila, getting all the tough questions here, but
And I don't think it's a tough question. I think it's two different kind of questions. And I'm just trying to find the link between the two. And I think I can answer them. Okay, I don't know. I'll try my best to answer them. But yeah, I think with the COP process, there's always sort of provision made for people with disability. I can't give you accurate figures or whatever the case may be, and maybe Pavna can speak from a sort of South African pavilion perspective, but I know that is definitely one thing. From a South African perspective, in terms of businesses and including people with disabilities, I cannot speak from South Africa as a whole, but I can definitely speak on behalf of Indalo. That is definitely something that we do prioritize in our criteria. We do prioritize women, youth, and people with disabilities when we offer support to SMMEs.
Thanks. Thanks, Shamila. I can maybe just pick up on some of the local initiatives. So the NBI is running a climate finance accelerator program for the past 3 years, and this supports SMMEs and climate mitigation projects with building a pipeline of bankable projects through capacity building and then putting them in front of investors. For South Africa, one of the key criteria is GESI support, so gender equality, social inclusion, and this includes people with disabilities, both physical and cognitive disabilities. And here we support SMMEs and select SMMEs that can make a difference in these sectors and that are run by people with disabilities or by women, by the youth, for example. So I think locally on the ground, there are quite a few number of initiatives by the likes of Indalo and others that do look at people with disabilities at a COP level process. I know they do make provisions. I'm not sure globally, how they implement that, but hope that answers your question on what South Africa is doing.
all right, fantastic. So we are going to close this particular session, and I just want to acknowledge a special guest who's joined us, actually, and that is Mr. Shrukov, who is the head of missions for Azerbaijan Embassy. And as we know, as we heard from Cecilia a little bit earlier on, they are the host for COP29. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take I'll call it a 20-minute break, a 20-minute tea break for you to stretch, get a cup of tea, get a cup of coffee, a little bit of some refreshments, and then we're going to reconvene back here. We were going to do the Mentimeter questions, but I'm going to leave them for a little bit later on as we keep that engagement going from the audience. So for now, we are going to take a break, and then... Oh, you'd like to join us? Oh, fantastic. So Mr. Shurkov is going to be joining us. So... Yes, please.
Honorable guests, participants, it's utmost privilege and honor to participate in this symposium. Thank you for invitation. In a present-day world, as the topic of climate change and the transition to a low-carbon economy are the utmost importance, it is essential to spread global and national policy development in order to exchange, use, and share best practices and lessons towards fostering collaboration for climate action. In this regard, representing Azerbaijan, the country that will host COP29 November this year, I would like to share some insights from the national policy development in Azerbaijan in relation to climate action COP29 in particular. As we know, climate change is a global challenge that goes beyond national borders. Rising global temperatures affect livelihood globally on a daily basis. Climate change is not a future risk, it's a real and present danger. It is time to take action on a larger scale and at a faster pace. Azerbaijan was chosen to host COP29 in December 2023 with unanimous support from more than 200 countries. It showcases the recognition of Azerbaijan's leadership and efforts in addressing climate change at the national, regional, and global scales. To host COP29 is a significant milestone for Azerbaijan. We are dedicated to further promoting global solidarity and unity in addressing the challenges of climate change. During our presidency, we will spare no effort to make a meaningful contribution to this urgent cause. COP29 will be a force for good connection, north, south, east, and west, and the mobilizing of international community to make progress on halting global warming. And to enhance ambition and enable action, these mutually reinforcing two pillars will lead us to the COP29 presidency's plan. We'll work across two parallel pillars where action on each sends a strong signal in support of the others. This involves setting out clear plans to keep 1.5 Celsius within reach and leave no one behind, while also putting in place the finance we need to deliver. Climate finance will be an important part of the negotiation, of course, at COP29. At COP29, we need to work together constructively to agree on a new collective quantified goal on climate finance. The goal will play a key role in our plan to build up momentum and mutually reinforcing actions. The COP29 presidency also is working with a wide range of actors, from multilateral financial institutions to the private sectors, the financial service industry, and philanthropy to unlock climate finance and deliver the multiples we need. We need the financial services industry to deepen green capital markets that will enable us to create viable economic models for climate positive action to make sure that protecting the planet pays. This will also be needed to channel resources to the developing world. Climate adaptation and the loss and the damage will be critical to global response to climate change. Addressing loss and the damage and adaptation will require greater levels of financial commitment. And while we have made progress on the fund for responding to loss and the damage, we need to get it up and running. COP29 will not be just about finance. We need the parties to signal their own determination and ambition by submitting NDCs, NAPs, and BTRs, and as presidency will support them in this meaningful path. It is time for everyone to make their contribution on the basis of equity and in light of different national circumstances. If we can make progress on both enhance ambition and enable action, then we can create positive momentum and the correct course. This is how we follow our guiding path to compass to 1.5 degrees to make sure that we leave no one behind and invest today to save tomorrow. As part of collaboration, we will work together with United Arab Emirates and Brazil within Troika of presidencies to significantly enhance international cooperation and the international enabling environment to stimulate ambition in the next round of NDCs. We are working to promote an inclusive process that delivers inclusive outcomes at COP29. Only through an inclusive COP we can develop the right way forward and make real progress. When the world comes to COP29 in Azerbaijan, we want everyone to focus on our collective interest to confront the climate crisis. This can be the time when we empower anyone, youth, NGOs, indigenous peoples, everyone to move forward in solidarity for a green world. As COP29 host, Azerbaijan leads by example as we have put climate action into the heart of our national plans. We have recently joined the global methane pledge and are looking into opportunities of further GHG emission reductions. Azerbaijan has made a green growth one of the key priorities of development. President of Azerbaijan declared 2024 as a year of solidarity for a green world to foster momentum on climate action at the national level and beyond. Today, Azerbaijan is a regional leader in green energy transition. In the recent years, we have been prioritizing green projects all over the country. We are developing smart cities and villages in the liberated territories. Recently, we liberated about 20% of our territory that was under occupation. Now we are developing smart cities in that regions and the villages in these liberated territories. This Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, East Zangezur economic zones, Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic, and there will be net zero emission zones by 2050. By 2030, the share of renewables in the installed capacity of electricity generation in Azerbaijan will reach 30%. Taking into account the above, I would like, concluding, to iterate Azerbaijan's determination on the path to transition to green energy and the commitment to further foster international cooperation and mobilize the world community to undertake adequate measures and actions to make progress on halting global warming. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Mr. Shrikov, who is the head of missions for the Azerbaijan embassy. And as I mentioned, we are going to be taking that break, and we're going to be meeting back at 11:45. Right, and then if we can have the opening speakers, if you can stay behind for a quick picture while the delegates grab a cup of tea and a coffee, and then we'll meet back here at 11:45. So if any of the opening speakers are around, please come towards the stage, and then we are going to take a quick picture.
Waiting for some 25 or more. That's all I need. Oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, that would make this night complete. There got to be, oh.
if we can kindly find our seats. Okay, great. So we're going to be moving into the next session, and I'm going to welcome the moderator for this particular session. And the moderator is Blessing Manale, who is the head of communications at the PCC. And I'll also give Blessing the opportunity of introducing his panel members and also unpacking what his particular session is going to be looking at. So Blessing, please join us on stage.
Phew. I'm a bit shy, but let's go for it once and for all. Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Blessing Manale. I'm from the Presidential Climate Commission, and I do a very thankless job there of stakeholder engagement, which is talking to you on a day-to-day basis. And I'll be co-moderating this session. And thank you very much, Anastasia, for doing a great job in the morning. And just to kick off, this session actually follows the last questions that were coming out around inclusivity, around stakeholder perspectives, around the role of young women and the role of youth, making sure that we leave no one behind, fits exactly into this session. And this session, we've got a very, very esteemed panel led by eminent persons, both South Africans, but also our international partners. And let me take this opportunity to then introduce to you the panel. And once they've settled down, I'll in a minute tell you what we expect them to do. We've got the person that will be doing our opening session is Commissioner Mbali Baduza, who's a commissioner for the PCC. Commissioner Baduza, where are you? You may need to oppose. Yes. As she comes in, she's CEO of the Constitutional Court Trust. She's not a Concord judge, which is a different thing. And she's got a master's in law in human rights, and she's been in the popular, depending on where you're standing, Section 27, and we know the public litigation organization that has helped many South Africans have taken government and many other private sector to task on various human rights and social development issues. And then after Mbali, we've got Dr. Michael Boyle, who's from ICLE Africa. ICLE Africa supported the PCC in developing the report that they'll be sharing with us. Michael himself has got a PhD in climate policy from UCT, and he's actually worked in a number of areas in the just transition and climate. And then we've got also with us Sisteliwe Mabaso, who's head of the social inclusion subcommittee in the South African Wind Energy Association. Who would ever think that you'd have an association about wind? Because it's the natural power. Can you imagine if you had, and you are from Limpopo, I must be very careful about what I'm saying. You are from Limpopo and you've got a lightning association and you are a woman. Because it's the same natural power, both energy. You'd cause a lot of trouble, but that's not what SAWIA stands for. SAWIA is about harnessing wind energy as a renewable energy source. So it's not using the energy source for any other purposes. So I thought I should clarify that. And then we've got also with us Mr. Devin Pillay, who's head of employment strategy at the Presidential Climate Commission, but they've been doing some great work called the partnership implementation. And there they'll use that model to show how do you use partnerships and implementation to build inclusivity and stakeholder engagement. And then we've got also with us Mr. Philani Mgomezulu. Philani is a troublesome Rastafarian from MLO, but been very leading quite progressive projects in Mpumalanga on just transition. You're welcome, Philani. And if he takes out the head, I'm telling you, you'll know I meant it when I said he's a Rastafarian. And then lastly, we've got also our colleague from Dipali saying, but I think we don't have space, they should be sitting somewhere there. But I think most importantly, we are joined, ladies and gentlemen, by the Deputy Ambassador of the European delegation to South Africa, Mr. Felgorinho Erwes, who's EU Deputy Ambassador to South Africa. Your Excellency, you're welcome. The Deputy Ambassador is also a law graduate. I must be very worried now. But he has also worked in countries like Somalia, Albania, and but most importantly, what I think me and you, Anastasia, will associate with him is that he's been former head of press and information and politics. So I always love communicators because I associate with them. But also if he's a law graduate, it's a plus. So Your Excellencies, welcome in Your Eminence. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, the session is mainly to unpack a discussion on stakeholder engagement. And you're not only going to be listening to the speakers. I've told them that they've got, and they've said they'll keep their word. They've got very 5 to 10 minutes at the most, like the one that speaks the most, like me will have 10 minutes. But we want to use this session to come back to you and you can say, this is how stakeholders are working. These perspectives are not correct. So without much ado, I'll call on Dr. Michael Boyle from ICLEI to give us a snapshot of stakeholder perspectives in the just energy transition, a research report commissioned by the Presidential Climate Commission in partnership and support by the European delegation to South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Michael Boyle.
Thank you, Blessing, the PCC and everyone here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Michael Bull. I'm from ICLEI Africa. We support local and regional governments in Africa working on climate sustainability and just transitions. If I could get the presentation up, please. We were commissioned by the PCC to develop this report on reflecting on stakeholder engagement on the just transition. And so I would like to acknowledge the PCC in commissioning this report and the support of the European Climate Dialogues for funding the report. Are we working against each other with the tech? Can I go? Great. Okay, so just a very quick overview of the report, of the presentation, just to give you the purpose of the report, and then zoom in really on key findings and some recommendations that emerged as a result of the research. So I've just got our definition of our just transition here enshrined in our Climate Change Soon to Be Act, just to remind us of the features of a just transition, but really to draw our attention here today for the quote below in terms of the decisions required for a just transition require social partners to forge a consensus around this transition. And so it's important to leave no one behind. And so we're here today because of that. And so the purpose of the report was really twofold. First of all, for the PCC as custodians of this process, to reflect on the process so far, to reflect on what are some of the successes, some of the challenges and the learnings, and to use these reflections to look forward, to inform how to move forward with the just transition and their stakeholder engagement strategy. But it was also the opportunity for communities, for social partners, for business, for all of us to reflect on the process and to reflect on our roles in it, and to identify those learnings with the intention to inform how can we improve this together. Because whilst the PCC is the custodian of the process, is of course the work of all of us to really further the just transition. And so as part of this research, we engaged with social partners, the government and the PCC through interviews and focus groups and with the literature. And I'd really like to acknowledge the contribution and presence of community representatives from Ermelo and Motherwell for their tremendous contribution to the research. So what are some of the key findings? The first one was that there are many interpretations of the just transition. There isn't a singular understanding of a just transition that represents everyone. There are multiple transitions. It's very broad, it's very diverse, and really a call from participants to say it needs to go beyond just a focus of energy. It needs to focus on livelihoods, on health, on economic development, on unemployment and inequality, on community ownership models, really tangible grassroots solutions, energy security, renewable energy. But that just those small snippets, and those are direct quotes from focus groups and interviews, just to give you a sense of the diverse range which we're trying to traverse and find a way forward together on the just transition. So what are some of the perspectives of social partners' experience of engaging with a just transition? So one of the struggles that emerged was the at times fast-paced, top-down and technical approach to the process, which communities felt made it difficult to really access the process. And I think there was really an expectation from all parties working towards a two-way engagement, but that's difficult work, and that aspiration wasn't always met. And so they really identified the need for clarity of purpose of an engagement, time for feedback, and that people really, and here's another direct quote, they want to be able to see what the impact of them spending their time in this process is. So really the importance of that. Some of the barriers to accessibility and participation that were identified were time. Not everyone has the time to travel or dedicate to participation. Things like physical distance, but then also like the terminology used, language used, and how accessible or inaccessible that is at times. And then there was a recognition that resources and capacities really determine the depth and engagement, the depth and quality of engagement, and indeed the participation of actors. But what happens when resources or capacities are not recognized or are lacking? That can lead to an exclusion of actors. So really looking to address some of the root causes of the challenges of participating. The idea of building trust and addressing mistrust was a really strong theme that emerged. And first of all, what was identified is the role of information and communication. Really that information can help to address some of the misinterpretation and fears and misunderstandings, but that information alone isn't enough, and really communication in ways that are relevant by people from their communities that are understandable is really important. And then transparency and accountability needs to be a hallmark of the process. And there were comments made that, we find ourselves in a broader context, in a dearth of trust more broadly in South Africa, and really the just transition really needing to pioneer and really showcase transparency to address issues of mistrust, because when it's not there, participants really identified that mistrust has emerged. And for example, if there's foreign funding, they want to know what are the interests of that, how is it supporting our agendas, not foreign ones. And so I thought this was an interesting quotation saying, through collaborative exploration of options in this space, through concrete experimentation, the buy-in comes from this process. And I think there was recognition from people that participated that everyone's really trying their best in this just transition, but it's difficult work. And so we need to experiment together and learn by doing as we go, and then of course iterate as is necessary. Consensus and contestation were seen as in tension with each other, and I think the point of departure that participants really made strongly is that no one, no matter who you are, should come in saying, we know the answer and we need to convince you what the answer is. But rather the point of departure is there are many uncertainties and unknowns in the just transition, and the spirit needs to be to try and figure out what we don't know together, and with what we do know, to try and push for progress and action. And so there was a recognition, some of the sources of consensus and contestation were identified, and really there was broad support for the need for a just transition and what it might include, but participants really highlighted how this is going to be done as some of where the contestation emerges at least. So in terms of building ambitious consensus, one participant highlighted that social compacting is needed, but how do we move past a lowest common denominator approach? How do we really push ambition? And one of the reflections was we need to allow for contestation in a robust way. We can't act like it's not there. And that in allowing for that contestation, we can uncover some of the solutions to it. This idea was of an infrastructure for board-based consensus was highlighting as maybe at this point insufficient. And this, I thought this quote was really enlightening, needing to build the infrastructure for ongoing democratic participation making sure that people, whatever their level of formal training and formal education they have, are capacitated to articulate their needs in the process and also to engage with the other needs of the process. So really, that idea of an infrastructure for ongoing democratic participation gives us a sense of this is a long-term project, and we're really just at the start of this journey, and there's much work still to be had. Shifting gears slightly, and just to, as part of the work, we also interviewed part of the PCC Secretariat for their reflections of their process and people's experience of it. And they really identified what they saw as their role to consult widely and really to use information to build capacity, but to translate relevance, to really enable a conversation between all of us. We come from such different backgrounds with such different hopes and priorities. And so this role of brokering and translating relevance is really important for enabling a meaningful conversation between all parties. But they also acknowledged, as many did, that engagements were confronted with challenges with capacity, financial constraints, misunderstandings or lack of clarity around objectives, and really how do you handle inputs when there's such a diverse range of participants? How do you do justice to all of them, and how do you communicate? How, when someone engages, that they are taken seriously and their inputs are considered and how they are worked with. We all know the role of technical knowledge is really important as the basis, but we also really need to identify the roles of other forms of knowledge, indigenous forms of knowledge, community forms of knowledge, as part of that knowledge base for moving forward. And then the Secretariat identified their role in also playing this bridging role, not just between the South African government and the public, but within the government itself. And we know that it's going to require the participation of all levels of government. But then the PCC were also very, very strong in saying that we have a mandate, but that it requires the active participation of government and all social partners. So these findings and the recommendations that we will discuss, they apply as much to the PCC as they do to all social partners and indeed the broader South African government. And then I think important was that acknowledging that we're never going to have perfect consensus, but we still need to act, and we build consensus as we act, and hopefully in acting we also build further consensus and iterate. So now shifting our focus to what did the research come up with, what did participants share in terms of looking forward. And these recommendations are really to represent the views of those that participate, to say, okay, we've learned very much, but now we want to say, this is how we can improve stakeholder engagement in the just transition, and really looking forward to how can we develop toolkits or other ways to really operationalize some of these recommendations going forward. So the first idea that came up was we need to commit to a set of guiding principles. The first being that the just transition is extremely complex. There are a lot of uncertainties, and so we need to be able to act with the information that we have at hand, but really to show agility and adaptability when new information arises, when new opportunities arise, so that we can course correct and learn as we go. Humility, I thought, was a really important feature that was stressed, and that if we are going to rely on the wisdom of the collective, then everyone coming to the table needs to practice a level of humility in terms of what they bring to the table. The idea of demonstration was really an important one, to say that if we're going to convince and build support around the just transition, then we need to see what it looks like in concrete actions. Then there was the acknowledgement that there are very many entry points to different audiences, and we need to tailor approaches depending on who that audience is. And then lastly, really, we wanted to connect individual stories, community stories, to the bigger unfolding picture. Blessing, I thought I had 15 minutes, not 10. I'm on 12. That's the brief, but I'll keep racing through. It's just some features of robust engagement, saying if we're going to move towards, really enhancing the robustness of our engagement, we need to understand what defines accessibility of a process. And so we need to pay attention to process design, how a process design, how frequently it happens. Is it happening over the long term or the short term? What is the format and the location of it? Because all of these have implications for accessibility. And then some of the features that participants identified in terms of what determines the participation of actors is their knowledge, their capacities, their resources, their interests, their values and priorities, and trying to understand those, understand what different social partners come with and how best to work with those. And so really it was stressed needing to create a hospitable environments, not just for the usual suspects, but for a diversity of participants. I think I've made the point of transparency. A very concrete suggestion was needing to split these engagement sessions, one into an information session where it's in a sense a download for the participants, and then they can go away to their constituencies and discuss it, and then come back and have a session dedicated to feedback for which social partners can be prepared. And then just the importance of long-term engagement whilst acknowledging the urgent need for action and learning by doing. And then to develop a database to really to support the strengthening of engagement as we move forward into the future. Building trust and mistrust was really identified as something that is crucial, and that some of the biggest areas of mistrust is where there's most misunderstanding, where there are gaps in knowledge. And so it was identified that we need to hone in on what are those contested areas, how can they be addressed, but importantly, who and how are they addressed. And so there was this idea that the messages, what of the messages is as important as who communicates them. And people want people embedded in their communities that they can really relate to be doing that role of translating relevance to them. Then there were a number of examples saying use what exists in communities, if that's WhatsApp groups or religious communities or sports clubs or schools, but use what exists. And then lastly, the importance of monitoring and evaluation. I know the PCC are involved in the development of a monitoring and evaluation tool, but something that all need to participate in. And then lastly, my last slide, building consensus and taking contestation seriously. There was recognition in the room that a just transition isn't going to happen simply by focusing on the topics around which we all agree. We're going to need to tackle the difficult issues to unlock really the scale and speed that we need of change. And so here, as participants identified earlier, we need to pay attention to the role of process design and knowledge, but we really also need to be building diverse coalitions and using compelling storylines to show that the just transition brings genuine alternatives. And then the last point that I'll end with, and I think it was a really important one that came out throughout our engagements, is that one of the challenges with the just transition is that the losses of it that communities are facing are immediate and concrete now. And some of the gains that we know will happen are future gains, and they're much more abstract. And how do we manage that tension to show this is how the losses are going to be managed, this is how the community will benefit from the gain. So I think that's a really important last point. So I'd just like to end by thanking the PCC and the European Union's funding for this, and all participants' engagement, particularly the community representatives here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Now you can see why I put up this panel. I think every little of those recommendations and findings has got resonance in my panelists. But I think most importantly, most of you sitting here can identify with one or two of those findings as how it has affected your work. And Commissioner, I apologize, I changed the program, and I thought that I did not want you to harass the presenter and so that he sanitizes his report. But now that we have gotten the report from an independent view, let me call upon Commissioner Mbali to come and share the PCC's views on inclusivity and how we would like to take this process forward. Commissioner Baduza. We'll fix the height for you. Yeah. You're vertically disempowered.
Oh. Thanks, Blessing. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Ball. That was an amazing report back on such an important report. Blessing, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I wear different hats. Né? So while I'm also a commissioner, I'm a civil society commissioner, and I also represent the Climate Justice Coalition, which is a coalition of South African trade unions, grassroots, community-based organizations, and poverty and multiple injustices in South Africa. So in many ways, the Climate Justice Coalition is like a mini version of South Africa based on its diversity of membership and the diverse identities part of it. And if we wanted to understand what procedural justice was, we had to do it ourselves. And it was very tricky because as the report reflects, there's so much dynamicism that you have to hold. There's so much space and contestation that you have to hold. And as the coalition, we were prepared to do that. We were prepared to do that because we recognized that substantive justice cannot exist without procedural justice. And procedural justice is not just a must-have, I mean, a nice-to-have, it's a must-have. And I'll give two examples later on about how both as the PCC and the Climate Justice Coalition, we have put procedural justice in action through stakeholder engagement. I wanted to reflect on two aspects of the report, you know, as someone from civil society, and civil society is quite big. It includes NGOs, youth, and faith-based organizations. The first aspect that was important in recognizing our engagement with the just transition is understanding that the climate crisis and the climate crisis on its own, but also the ability to transition in a just way, cannot happen if you do not address economic and social ills. If you do so in the absence of that, you will leave people behind. And the people who are left behind are the same people. We know who they are. And it's those who have the least resources and the ability to adapt. This is just a fact in how we engage with the just transition. Secondly, I'd like to speak on young people because the PCC focuses a lot on bringing the voices of young people into our stakeholder engagements, but so does the CJC. And the young people are more concerned around access to knowledge and opportunities. This is how they engage with the just transition. And many have taken it upon themselves to interrogate the information presented to them, but take it a step further. They also interrogate the underlying assumptions around the just transition. I mean, you'll hear a lot of them. I can see one of them there. His name is Fanny Mia, who would probably talk about, you know, how an unjust society is rooted because we are a capitalist society, and he's not wrong. So young people are engaging and developing in processes and practices that are filling knowledge gaps by themselves. And if you pay attention, you will find them in every single room where stakeholder engagement is happening. They might not speak loudly, but they are there. And it's important to take young people seriously because, you know, there's just this statistics from Stats SA that came out last year that says young people under the age of 35 make up almost 2/3 of the majority. So this is our future, and it's important we pay attention to them in a way that is not patronizing. But I want to close by talking about two examples of procedural justice in action. The first is in the Climate Justice Coalition, the Climate Change Bill came out for comment. And remember, we have a diverse group of people. So what we decided to do was leverage on our strengths. And our strengths was that we have public interest lawyers as part of our members in the coalition. So for example, Center for Environmental Rights or Section 27. And what they did was they took the time to unpack what the bill says, right? and had workshop after workshop after workshop after workshop, just explaining what the bill says. Thereafter, they took the time then to consult with our members on what they wanted to see in the bill. And this was its own process. This was then followed by the process of writing and making submissions to Parliament, right? In addition, while the workshops were happening, whether it was online or in the different provinces, people were also mobilizing in those provinces. So when the parliamentary committee went to Mpumalanga, for example, as they are legislated to do public participation meetings when you're trying to put something into law, those mobilized communities were there, asserting what they had learned and what they wanted, you know? So what we learned in that specific example is that procedural justice takes resources, it takes time, and it takes capacity, both for those who are hosting the engagements and those who are benefactors of. But it's an investment worth doing. The second is actually taking what comes out of the stakeholder engagement seriously. I remember in, I think it was early 2023, we had a number of stakeholder engagements around social ownership of renewables. Communities were coming to the PCC meetings and saying, we don't have a stake in this just transition. And you could see there was a knowledge gap, not only from those who are demanding the social ownership, but also from those who are listening. And what was particularly encouraging in building trust by the PCC is that they took that concern and commissioned a report with Nelson Mandela University to understand the different models of social ownership. And they did so in partnership with the CJC, for example. So the CJC went to Gqeberha for 2 days and unpacked the different meanings of social ownership. And that fed into the report, making it more a bottom-up approach in understanding mechanisms of the transition instead of it being top-down. So I just wanted to give those two examples of how procedural justice has and can work. But in closing, I would say, it's very easy to be skeptical because it's difficult. I mean, this work is very, very difficult. But as a country, we've done this before. We've transitioned, we've made a transition of this magnitude before, in 1994, when we elected, 490 people to write the Constitution. And that Constitution, in fact, wasn't just written by people behind closed doors. Like the PCC, a multi-stakeholder effort was made to go to people, speak to them, inform them, and get responses for them to write their future. And that's what the Constitution is. And I think we can do it again with the transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mbali. And the anniversary of that great moment was the 10th of May. A few days ago, we celebrated the signing of the Constitution. Some of us were there, younger though. Yes, we've had perspectives from South Africa, and before I call on Sawiwa and the PCC, the technical people, to come and tell us, and the community, what does it practically mean to wake up and do stakeholder engagement and to think project with communities, but also for the community to tell us whether these things are working or this is just scripted stuff from LLM students and graduates. We would never know. But I think that before we hear the community, let us call in Your Excellency. And you have seen in South Africa, there's been issues around the role of Europe, the role of the donor countries, not only in supporting our transition, but in making sure that the transition is not an elitist. And we really appreciate the fact that the International Partnership Group, which the EU is part of, has not only been supporting money from bankable projects, but they've also been listening to us when we say, communities cannot bank their ideas. No, they need the money, they need the support, they need the capacity. But without bottling you in, I know you've got your speaking notes. Let me call upon you to just come and share with you what is the European Union's interaction with South Africa's just transition and how you see our future engagements and collaboration. Your Excellency, Deputy Ambassador Ruiz. You'll come here, thanks. You saved me 2 minutes, Commissioner. Your bell is only going off now.
Good afternoon to everybody. It's extremely challenging to talk about after the commissioner, so I'm going to try to do my best, but I think you covered plenty of what I wanted to say. Let me say, first of all, I'm delighted to be here, and what I find most important out of this discussion is the engagement that we are having. I have met with some of you during tea break. I see that you are coming from many parts of the country, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Mpumalanga. Sometimes the European Union is a very strange animal, very difficult to understand. So I would love after the panel to engage with you, and I'm also looking forward to the question and answer session. If you have any question directed to me on, what the European Union is and what it's doing in South Africa. But I wanted to say 3 things to start with, directed to the report. I would like to thank very much, first of all, the Presidential Climate Commission and the local governments for sustainability for preparing this report. In reaction to it, 3 things that speaks to the relation between South Africa and the European Union. One is that our experience in Europe, what we see also in South Africa, is that this is it needs to be a whole of society approach. All actors need to come together, civil society, government, private sector. They need to pull together and move the needle in this transition. It's only when those 3 key actors come together that the magic start happening. If that doesn't happen, it becomes a zero-sum game. It becomes eat dog. It becomes, we create situations where we start leaving people behind, and we don't manage well the sequencing of that transition. It's almost like a law of hydraulics, if I can say so. You need to phase out from some sectors and simultaneously start phasing in other economic sectors. And unless this is doing with a common understanding between all the actors, it will just derail, it will go off tracks. And to that whole of society approach, concepts like transparency, accountability are hugely important. It needs to be a very inclusive process where everybody feels that their concerns are addressed and taken into account. The second point, besides being a whole of a society approach, is that the transitions, by definition, they need to be anchored in a local context. The domestic dynamics become extremely important, but what is also important to understand is that no community, no country is alone in this transition. Basically, every country and every community is going through their own transition. And then the question becomes how we can share experiences, how we can compare notes, see what works, what doesn't, apply into our own context. We have this experience here in South Africa. To give you 3 examples of how we are doing it. For instance, when it comes to the development of the transition grid, electricity, this is a priority, absolute priority for South Africa. But it's also for the European Union, and we are all in Europe doing our own transition, developing and upgrading our transmission grid. So we are exchanging between the European Commission and the Ministry of Electricity how how this could work out. What is our experience? What is South Africa experience? What we can get from each one of them, and how we can continue exchanging practices on these issues. Second one, on another sector covered by the report, is green hydrogen. Today is the first day of the World Green Hydrogen Summit. Is taking place in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam. Colleagues from the government here in South Africa are in the Netherlands representing South Africa, and we will be exchanging with them on what does it mean to create a sustainable green hydrogen value chain that can then multiply effects on different economic sectors. And the third issue is around coal and minerals. We are going through our own transition in Europe. Look at a country like Poland. Not very long ago, 400,000 workers have transitioned from coal mining to sectors related to the green energy transition. So those are also issues with which we engage with South Africa in order to exchange how we are doing things and how sometimes you can be inspired by ideas coming from one side or the other. And the third point that I wanted to say, and that is very much ingrained in our mind, is that when the European Union, other actors engage in just energy transition, we are very cognizant of the fact that there are historical development challenges, and therefore climate financing becomes very important unless everybody shoulder or put their shoulder to the wheel, that climate transition will not take place. But as much as climate financing, international climate financing is important, what is also essential is domestic revenue mobilization that comes from the right policies, and then they can leverage funding. I sometimes think, and I think it's a fact in a way, money is not the issue. They are, if you look at the private capital investments, they are the $25 trillion US waiting for investment opportunities, and they cannot divest from green investments. So it's not sometimes what you do with the money, it's how you do it, how you can apply it to sectors of the economy, to projects that are impactful, that can create impact, that are focused, and that can transform the life of communities. And finding that balance between information, between resources, and applied to the right objectives are the variables of the equation that we need to get right. But I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I know, and I don't want to enter into politics that would have the capital city calling me to order. I know Azerbaijan is not a member of the EU, but is a member of the Council of Europe. So we're still delighted that we'll be hosted there for COP29. And I'm sure with time, with the regional politics and the diplomatic development, that we might see a much more united European Union. But that's your domestic matter. But we'll be coming to Azerbaijan this year for COP29. Let me then call upon Sister Liwe to comment, because you are from industry and we've listened to the report, we've listened to the commission, we've written to a foreign government, and in your role in both the South African Wind Energy Association and in your private capacity, I'm sure you engage a lot in stakeholders, and you actually chair a committee on social performance, key to which is stakeholder engagement and inclusion. And I thought that you could share with us your experiences from Saudia and your past life. But as you come up, I just wanted the people to know that you are in the Mail and Guardian top 200 South Africans in the past. Now, with elections coming, our parliament has got 400 people. If you are number 200, it means you are safe. also. Mrs. Telio, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our lessons as the industry. I think the study has covered quite a lot of the lessons that we've seen ourselves in stakeholder engagement. One of the things that we've done as the Wind Energy Association, as well as the Solar Power Association, is put together what we call a community engagement booklet. And through this process, what we've done is we've captured some of the lessons that we've learned in stakeholder engagement as we work through the energy transition. I think the key thing to note in the conversation is really the conversation around varied knowledge bases. A lot of the conversations in the just energy transition are very centered around technical skills and skills that are linked to the plant. So you'll find that conversations are very much about how the just energy transition will take away opportunities from those who are already employed in certain sectors. What we failed to look at is how the policies within the renewable energy sector allow us to develop programs that are holistic to drive better involvement and also encourage social employment within our communities. Through SAWIA, we have partnered with various organizations, one of them being the Energy and Water SETA, where we've developed a program called the Work Readiness Program, which helps us to enhance recruitment in the renewable energy sector and increase knowledge and understanding about this space. We've also developed a program that we call the Wind Energy Internship Program that allows various IPPs to take interns from various parts of the country and place them within an IPP to get a better understanding of what the sector is about. This speaks to some of the topics that were addressed in the study, which speak to jargon and understanding of the language, but also access. A key thing that we find is also that as much as we are trying to drive inclusion in the sector, we find that some of our systems and processes, especially at much lower areas of access, so primary and high school, are disadvantaging our rural communities. You find that there's a lack of STEM and access to STEM learning, which means that our children might not have access to those opportunities in future. What we've done as the associations is we've partnered with ESCOM, DUT, and the Danish Embassy to run a program year on year called the Energy Drive. The Energy Drive is a bus that we took last year to Mpumalanga and the rural Cape, so the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, and rural Western Cape, areas such as Swellendam and Saldanha Bay that some of you may only know when you go on vacation. And what we do there is we expose our learners to the technology in person. So young people get to see what a solar-powered system looks like, what does it mean to work in solar. Young people get to see what wind power looks like and also engage and see the technology themselves. So some of these kids might not have seen this before. It also allows us to take some of these learners and bring them onto our wind farm so that they can interact with the technology as well. These are just some of the wins that I want to highlight from a stakeholder engagement point of view that we've done as an industry. There's always opportunities to improve put blessing, and I think one of the areas where we still have an opportunity to do better is with the engagement with differently abled people. I think there's been a very strong focus on youth and women, but we are in the process of defining better processes and ways of engagement with differently abled people to ensure that they are involved and engaged in a just energy transition. We are big advocates for the development of policies within the space that advocate and allow for us to develop our communities much better. One of the key policies that drive this within REAP is what we call the Economic Development Policy and Process that encourages, or rather holds IPPs accountable for spending percentages of revenue in community development through socio-economic development and enterprise development. Over the years, we've learned that there needs to be continuous improvement in these areas, and we've seen that the IPP office, the Independent Power Producers Office, has improved their scoring on this to include aspects such as skills development, supplier and enterprise development, even during construction, because that is where the greatest need is. I'd like to wrap it up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sis Tiliwe, now that you have started speaking action, I thought that I cannot waste. Before I call in, Devin was going to speak about implementation, but there is a place in Mpumalanga called Dipaleseng. It means a place of flowers. But I don't know whether it being a hotspot, if there are still any flowers there. But I know in Balenhle there are no more there. I will not say who was polluting Balenhle. But I can also say that in Emalahleni soon the code will be gone. But we have got Sispalesa Charity Nhlapo from Dipaleseng, and we have decided with Indalo to bring in the Dipaleseng community, because when Indalo and a number of partners started there to engage the community sent them back because they were not meeting these principles. They were not doing all these things that this research says it must do. And today we are calling on them to come and share with us the worst and the best of stakeholder engagement from their own practical experiences as the people of Dipaleseng. And let me also in the same way welcome Sis Palesa from Dipaleseng. Thank you, Palesa.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Palesa, as I was introduced. And put blessing, you were right. Indalo was chased away in Dipaleseng. Indalo came to Dipaleseng through a research with Grootfontein Power Station. And with that, the power station was the only source of income that was based in Dipaleseng, if I could put it that way. And for Indalo to come and do a research there, people thought that they're here to take out their businesses, their jobs. There won't be any jobs. They were chased away by blessing, I tell you. But with that, I'm happy that I continued with Indalo. And I'm happy that I was there from day one until the end. But I may not say the end because, Mr. Rest, it's not the end. Yes. So I'm happy to announce to you guys that Indalo came to Dipaleseng in a time of need, in a time that we needed to know more about climate change. We needed to know more about opportunities that are there for the community as well as the unemployment residents of Dipaleseng. I am happy to announce that I, myself, was part of the 6 projects that were created through Indalo, which will be, I hope soon will get to be announced and said what they are. But in case you need to know any information about it, you can come to me and I'll inform you everything about it. But I was part of the recycling team that was funded through Indalo and through the partnerships of Indalo. And I'm thankful that I was chosen by the community to come and represent here, seeing the opportunities that are here. And I hope that all the stakeholders and the investment opportunities will also come to Dipaleseng, because really we do need all the investment that is possible that could help boost the economy of Dipaleseng. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sis Palesa. And we don't want Grootfontein to be another commodity. And I don't want to announce this, but we know the schedule of which power stations will close because of economic life. And we've got to make sure that Grootfonteins decommission and ultimate rest, make sure that the people of Dipaleseng come out richer, not poorer. Because the opportunities are greater in the transition than they are in the fossil economy if we do it right. Devin, the people now want action. Now, can you tell us, except hosting meetings in Mpumalanga, what partnership implementation model are you going to talk about? That will move us from consultation to working together to implement projects. Mr. Devin Pillay is head of employment strategy at the PCC, and he's also one of those cohorts of masters holders, but in public policy. But he has worked in extended public works projects, and he has been core in the COVID command center during the COVID crisis. So we really appreciate the fact that we managed to get him into the PCC. Devin, the public partnership implementation model, what is this thing?
Thanks, Blessing. Chair, while I have the platform, I just want to congratulate Indalo on this event. I think there's a significant shift. It's also quite profound in terms of the scale and scope of this actual event. So I think Indalo actually deserves a round of applause. That's also for the excellent work you guys are doing on the ground. So, Chair, yeah, thank you. So what is it that we're doing? And what is it that we want to achieve? In this process that we're engaging, we want to ensure a very critical element, the just component of the transition is realized. And how do we do that? We do that by ensuring livelihoods continue to exist. Where livelihoods are disrupted, we create new opportunities or we expand existing opportunities. So that's the fundamental component for me when we speak about the just. And if we're able to do that, then we're able to continue with leaving no one behind. So you would take everyone along with you. So those people that are most affected continue to have a livelihood. So that's a very critical component for us. And in doing this, we're not just looking at those people and those communities and those households that are adversely affected by the transition. It's about also responding to the deep, chronic challenges we have, referred to as the triple challenges by most politicians. That's your unemployment, inequality, and poverty. So when we speak about this transition, there's two serious components to it. One is the energy transition and what that implies, both economically and socially. The other is climate change. And climate change, I would have liked to say what we will experience in future, but we're already experiencing it right now. Throughout our country, I think we're one of those great examples of where, depending on which part you're in the country, you'll be experiencing a different aspect of climate change, ranging from absolute drought to floods. So thinking through the just transition allows us to deal with both issues, the energy transition and climate change. What is procedural justice? It's this deep engagement that you have with critical stakeholders in order to mitigate the adverse effect of the transition. And we do this to deal with two issues. One is the distributive justice. We give effect to distributive justice through the procedural justice. We also give effect to restorative justice through the procedural justice. And I'll speak to that in a bit. So how do we realize these opportunities? There's a deep consultation, as I mentioned, that takes place with all the critical stakeholders. And each stakeholder has a very particular role to play. And each one has a particular door that they open towards ensuring a broader community society development. Now, the one aspect we focus on is how do we elevate households' income so that if the households are in dire poverty, how do we bring them slightly above poverty? How do we continue to allow them to increase their household income so they reach a level of sustainability? The second is looking at what economic opportunities exist. What economic opportunities will be lost, and how do we take this, identify opportunities that can be expanded, and at the same time, look at opportunities that don't exist that we can create new ones. Now that's how we're kindly focusing on, particularly in Mpumalanga around the coal belt. Now a lot of research has been done, there's a lot of opportunities that have been identified, and many of this just remains at the theoretical level. So it needs to be taken from a theoretical level to a practical level. And what we're trying to do as the PCC is catalyze change. And we do this by bringing together the various stakeholders. Firstly, individually in their own stakeholder grouping, to allow them to become comfortable with the concept of the just transition, understanding where they lie in the entire transition, then identifying for themselves what are the opportunities that we as a constituency can exploit during this transition. Now, often these will not necessarily lead to big bang impacts where we can have massive employment, massive reduction in poverty, etc. We then try to take this to the second level.
And where this lies is in trying to identify economic opportunities that would lead to deep value chains, levels of industrialization, that you will see substantive quantity of jobs being created. And when we speak about jobs, we're looking at jobs that fall within the definition of a decent job in terms of the ILO. That means workers that are unionized, workers that receive benefits, receive decent salaries, have significant skills levels, are able to substantively contribute to the economy. So you're looking at two elements. Deep value chains, industrialization, the other is linking into livelihoods, and the element that's linked to livelihoods then is brought in to support these deep value chains and this industrialization. So the overall impact of this is to elevate the community's income as a collective. Now, we do this, as I mentioned, by engaging with constituencies and stakeholders individually, and then we bring them together where these deep, big impacts are identified. And in identifying that, we identify who are the key drivers to this. And sorry, I said we. It's not the PCC, it's this committee. They identify the drivers. They identify what's required by government, and what government needs to do, what the private sector needs to do, what workers need to do, and communities. And they put together a plan that they're able to drive this. So this entire program that Blessing refers to, the partnership implementation model, is basically a catalytic program that allows development, economic opportunities to be identified by a collective within a particular geographic area where they take ownership and collectively drive development. Now, in responding to that, the one element that we need to ensure happens is identifying what I would consider the economic opportunities. And those economic opportunities become critical because they're the one that allows you to generate an income, a substantive income. But in doing that, what we'd like to see is how do you build in deeper levels of ownership and change the ownership patterns in our economy. It's one of those critical elements that we've inherited where there's a skewed ownership patterns in our current economic landscape. And we want to see how best to change that. So that we try to do by identifying key instigators for change. We're also building on what is known as the economic complexity model of an area. That is, you identify its economic competence, its manufacturing competence, and in identifying that manufacturing competence, identify what other products can be manufactured using the same competence and processes. So if, for example, I'm going to use a mundane example here, if you're able to build a burglar guard for a window, you're then able to build a burglar guard for your door. And then you're able to build a driveway gate. And then you're able to do more extensive work around steel and welding. So you try to build that whole value chain, the whole product line. And that's one of the key drivers we're now seeing that we want to start to build into this program, identify these as elements that you can allow for change. And then start using that, build in serious levels of transformation of economic ownership. Commissioner Mbali, I was going to say something else. Commissioner Mbali spoke to a social ownership model that the PCC has done on renewable energy. That's just one element. What we want to see is social ownership now filtering through all of the sectors of the economy. So it starts from agriculture all the way to manufacturing. And if we're able to build that into the whole model, you will see a significant transformation of our society, not just from workers remaining as workers, but workers working, but at the same time owning parts of the economy and becoming serious investors. So we want to change the economy structure gradually over time through this deep consultation process. And in achieving that consultation, in that consultation process, what's important to achieve is broad general consensus. And while you're dealing with issues where you have not reached consensus yet, you must be able to get traction on the ground. Failing to get that traction, you will hold back any form of development that needs to take place. Blessing, thank you very much.
Nastasia, I committed to save you time, and I don't want you to ever refuse me the limelight again by thinking I'm important and refusing to leave the podium. I've got one request. I'm going to take Pilani, then we're going to take 5 questions from the floor in a group together. As the panelists respond, they'll give their parting shots. Is that a fair consensus? That should work. You'd be happy, I'm sure, to take in those that are sitting together. Don't also try to be popular. Caucus the question and send it as one, so that we save time. Pilani is from MLO. He is also from a community and he has got some experiences around inclusion. And I must also tell you, there was one stage I thought they were going to kidnap me and keep me in MLO until I've answered all their questions. But we've developed some relationship and are now going to share some experiences about inclusivity in MLO. Thanks.
No, thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. Protocol observed. And let me take this opportunity to acknowledge, our Honorable Sis Tutu from Mpumalanga Economic Green Cluster for the sterling work that she's doing over there in Mpumalanga. We thank you, so much, Sis Tutu, as well, Indalo Inclusive, as well as NetBank, for giving us this golden opportunity as communities. My name is Pilani Mgomezulu. I'm from Kutala Environmental Care Group. I'm happy as I'm standing here today. Our organization is marking 24 years in existence. I came on this field while I was still a young boy, but now I'm starting to welcome the gray. I can see that Blessing is no longer recognizing me with my long hair, but that's the way it is. Blessing, the nature is taking its course. So anyway, without wasting any time, I'll be more focusing on the 3 principles of just transition, of which is restorative justice, procedural, as well as distributive justice. Since the just transition is sitting the ground in Mpumalanga, we are working with communities, in particular our brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, including our grannies in Komati, who are currently experiencing some difficulties. So we also working with other communities up until we reach the Great Pixley Isaga Gaseme, Eskutala Environmental Care Group. Without wasting or exhausting time, as communities, yes, we really appreciate and embrace the initiatives by our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa for coming up with Presidential Climate Commission, as well as our commissioners. I think Commissioner Mul was here, early in the morning, as well as the ministers were able to form our Presidential Climate Commission. I'll be focusing more on the community's perspective, what is currently happening on the ground, but trying to align with these 3 principles of just transition. When it comes to, distributive justice, I think we need to do justice when it comes to the people of Komati. There's a huge outcry when it comes to the people of Komati in terms of the decommissioning of the power stations. And there's a feeling on the ground that, the JET partnership, it has failed its mandate to go and uplift the people of Komati. Hopefully, we'll see a more progressive way going forward in terms of decommissioning this, power station, so that we can be able to reskill our people and be able to create alternative job opportunities. So, to be in short, in terms of, our findings on the ground, When it comes to just transition on its own, the people of Mpumalanga, they are so skeptical because there was no proper or consultation that was brought to our communities. So hopefully we are going to improve on that aspect. So it's one of the weak points when it comes to our just transition. The consultation must improve. Number two, when it comes to integration of our communities or restorative justice, because as communities, we were expecting to see an environmental performance when it comes to restorative justice so that we can be able to say we have done justice based on the destructive extraction that, has caused so much damage on the province, in particular our land. That has, impacted our agriculture in a very negative way, including, our water source. So we were expecting, a restorative justice to be, centered when it comes to this transition going forward. What we are currently experiencing in Mpumalanga in terms of restorative justice, it was just, a replacement of an. It was just a replacement of an environmental destruction with another, destruction whereby we are what we are currently experiencing on the ground. There are people who suppose, to restore or remedy our environment, but they are the ones who are degrading our environment. As I'm standing in front of you, we are highly disappointed that even our police are destructing our environment. So it's a concern to us, and we are calling for a restorative justice. In terms of rehabilitation of our land, Mpumalanga is one of the provinces that is being mined destructively, more than any other province. So as people of Mpumalanga, we said rehabilitation is going to be a key going forward in terms of rehabilitation, restoration, and making sure that our land regenerates. But nothing is happening up until this point when it comes to, restoration justice when it comes to our land. Let me go to, a health system. Where we're expecting, that just transition is going to restore justice in terms of the health issues that is currently affecting or impacting the people of Mpumalanga. So nothing is currently happening under that, category of, restorative justice. Then, when it comes to commitment, the people on the ground, they are questioning the commitment or willingness of our officials from the local government to national government when it comes to just transition. It seems like we are having people who are not concerned about our environment. So it's another concern. So we will request, a procedural justice, to take place when it comes to commitment and willingness for departments to come and partake in this process of just transition. Then, when it comes to community support, we've been engulfed by a lot of floods and serious weather pattern that is impacting our livelihoods in a negative way. Recently, as farmers, we have lost, our products. We have lost, our production. We have lost, our food. So in terms of, climate resilience support, there's nothing that is currently happening in terms of those communities who are highly impacted by the so-called climate impacts. Then one of the things that we want to suggest, as communities, because there's a lot that is currently taking place. Our communities, they've been doing a lot of works on the ground without getting the support, in particular when it comes to the so-called just transition projects and programs. For instance, I will make some few, example with our projects that we are currently performing or doing as, organization on the ground. In terms of rehabilitation, it seems like rehabilitation is not part and parcel of our just transition. So we will request, Indalo, Presidential Climate Commission, and other, potential organizations and stakeholders to focus more on the issue of rehabilitation, because it carries a lot of potential when it comes to the people of Mpumalanga in terms of our land, in terms of agriculture, in terms of energy. So when we are talking about rehabilitation, we mean that we've got a lot of ideas that we can be used in terms of making sure that our land it benefits our communities and the environment. In terms of energy, we've saw other communities coming up with initiatives like alternative service delivery, trying to deal with the issue of energy poverty. So we are requesting, the stakeholders and the stakeholders, Presidential Commission and Indalo, to come and assist these communities in terms of upscaling, these community initiative programs that we are currently embarked on. So I wanted to say much, but let me be in short because Support Blessing is here.
Thank you very much, Pilani. We are negotiating a scarce resource called time, shared between us and the future. And lunch, and that session will make you very unpopular after having been popular for the whole day. Colleagues, as I've said, 3 burning hands, then the panelists to give parting shots. No preambles, you don't start with we the people. There are hands, just move out those hands at the back, come concluding to here, then give the panelists. Yeah, okay, you're already, this here, then these 2, then stay there, give those 3 hands there, then this one, then that one. Yeah. No new brain waves, don't have an idea after the speakers. Thanks, proceed, sir. If you could just tell us where you come from and who you are. Yeah.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Moses Likondeni from Steve Chete Local Municipality. I've been hearing Komati, and I was thinking that it's the Komati that borders us, but I realized that it's Komati Power Station just within the Steve Chete Local Municipality. I'm from Environment and Solid Waste Management. My question is on stakeholders' engagement is at what level are municipalities really engaged? I'm not directing this one to iClay or any one of your panelists, but anyone who can try to answer it, because I've realized that municipalities are not actually being engaged fully, and we are the implementing agencies actually when it comes to just transaction. Most municipalities in Mpumalanga will be affected by this. The reason I'm saying this is because electricity becomes part of their revenue stream in terms of enhancing our revenue. Now, are you finding the right people when you come to municipalities? Then,
yes, thanks, Natasha, yes.
Sure, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Dominic. I'm from Kenya. I'd just like to make a comment more than a question. We work in renewable energy and biogas and solar. So what we find, a lot of the conversation here is about industrial, about the towns, about big scale power in the grids and things like this. A lot of the climate action that we're trying to implement in Kenya and East Africa region is basically at the domestic, at the rural level, because that is where a lot of trees are being felled for firewood and these sort of things. We've got solar for electricity and these sort of things. What we find when we're trying to implement the projects is that the people in the rural areas are normally very low income. They don't have time to think about the hustle, about the environment. They're too busy hustling, trying to make ends meet. So our strategy is not to approach them directly and say, you've got to be environmentally friendly, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. It's more like the solar is going to help you, provide a convenience, whether it's solar for lighting, biogas for cooking. You're providing a convenience. Then you get the buy-in from them. And then by default, you save the nature, you save the environment because you've achieved your agenda. But trying to approach them directly on the environment, they think that that's the government's problem, not their problem. So I'm just wondering, does the same kind of, can the same principle apply here in South Africa for your JUST program? Thank you.
No, I think the panelists will all, as they close, pick up the questions. So let's take the three, then you'll respond and do your parting shots.
Good day, everyone. So my name is Nzika Kluba. I am from the NetBank CSI team. And my question is regarding inclusion when it comes to youth. I am taking Commissioner seriously when she said we need to include the youth in the decision making. And my question to her specifically is that, is there enough representation when it comes to youth in these policy discussions and getting this information from the youth and their participation? Thank you.
Thanks. The gentleman at the back,
Hi, sir.
Please beat his time, do it in 30 seconds.
Actually, I want to say to Michael, thank you for your report in terms of engaging the community. I'm part of the community in Motherwell. I'm the disabled person also. I hope one day you will be able also to employ disabled people in these programs. We are fighting a battle in our communities, waste management type of battles, Our city, I'm talking about Gqeberha. Gqeberha is very, very much dirty. Community of Gqeberha, they create what is called, in fact, I'm one of them. We are creating what is called an illegal dumping spaces, which makes us to lose more land, due to waste. So we think that also if we can have programs, involve the disabled sector, involve the schools, and make sure that there are programs whereby one of your speakers were talking about the approach which is coming from bottom to upwards, where kids from school are being learned about a responsibility of making sure that our communities are clean. So that those kids will be agents also to teach the community and make sure that the community takes responsibility and making sure that the cities and community are clean. So we think that you need to have more programs involving these sectors also, which will make sure that we will be able to come up with programs like this one. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm regaining my confidence from Nastasia, so I'm cutting the questions. I'm available for the next 2 days, including a member of the Secretariat, and most of the panelists are not going. We'll continue to engage with them so that I re-win my confidence from her. Otherwise, I'm about to lose my job for now and forever. Panelists, anyone taking the questions as you also close up with your parting shots? I'll start with Commissioner Baduza since you're here. Thank you. And thank you, Saskia. You'll be coming to close once they're done. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Together with the question answering.
Yes.
Okay. Young sir, yes, there is representation, but not enough of young people, particularly since young people are grouped into one group, we're all the same, under 35, but that's not true. What we're seeing a lot in the PCC is a group of people from ages 18 to 30, and have formed a youth caucus that meets 4 times a year ahead of the Presidential Climate Commission meetings. And then a program of action filters from there. Of course, what can be done better is to communicate more widely with youth groups. My parting shot is, we live in a society where there is major trust deficits, understandably so. We don't trust the state, private sector, international agencies. We don't even trust each other. And one way to build that is simply to prove that we are trustworthy. And the only way to do that is to actually do the work. And in doing the work, I think we can guarantee that no one gets left behind. Otherwise, we must just call it a transition. Thank you.
Well, mine is not a parting shot, it's the other way around. It's more a call that this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. In answering one question, the consultations with the municipalities, the European Union is rolling out a number of programs on skills development, on SME development, reskilling, on public financial management. And obviously, we don't want to be the best kept secret in South Africa. So we're gonna look together with the Presidential Climate Commission how these programs that we are going to start rolling out as of Q3 of this year and throughout 2025, we can start a meaningful and inclusive discussion in those provinces that are most affected by the just energy transition. And again, we have plenty to learn, but I hope that together we can achieve that degree of transparency and inclusivity that we are all looking for. Thank you.
Sure. Any thoughts, anything that we should be thinking about in 30 seconds? Sure, I think just let's try, and you can join us at the stage. Let me try and get a microphone for the other two. Do you have a
I do.
Oh, you fantastic.
There we go. Are we on? Yes. Yeah. So I think in 30 seconds, just to speak to the question on the municipalities, just looking at the other provinces where the industry has worked in, there is engagement with municipality at various levels, I think at various levels of development. So right before the program or the project is built in that area, there is some extensive engagement at municipal manager and operational level. And as we go into operation of the assets, we then focus on a more structured approach, speaking to sector governments, so any custodians of programs such as education, health, and so forth. So it does depend truly on the robustness and existence of the sector in the space, but I think there's always an opportunity to learn. Parting shot. I think, as with everything, there is an opportunity for us to partner continuously. As the industry, we continue to call on other players in the space. When you look at areas like Mpumalanga and Northern Cape, it's not just the renewable energy space that's there. We've also got mining houses in that space. We're always open to collaboration. I think there is no other way to develop communities and ensure that they are just ready if we do not partner for the change.
Devin, for the
Thanks.
interest of time, can I wrap up with you as the last
Sure.
shot?
Okay, so I just want to quickly respond to some of the questions. In terms of local government who you consult with, the entry point is either the mayor's office or the municipal manager, and they'll direct then the officials that will be part of the consultation process. On the issue of around whether we have a different approach to rural areas in South Africa, no, we engage with them as deeply as possible. The participation of all community members are encouraged. Obviously, there are occasions when they all cannot participate, but the methodology is the exact same as you would do for rural, as you would do for urban areas. Last point, I'm not going to mention the one on youth, is the one on Quebec. Just one point on that. The PCC is in the process of implementing a major project in Quebec that looks at economic diversification, adaptation and resilience matters. I think we can build this into that program. When the next time we're down there, we'll try to reach out to you and have that discussion. So, parting shot, I think we all have agency. In this just transition, we are going to find we come across a number of problems. And each constituency in identifying those challenges must also identify what are the possible solutions and bring those solutions together with the problems to these engagements so that we can enhance the solutions as we begin to engage. Thank you.
Great, so we're going to do something fun and that I'm looking forward to. Yes, thank you so much, panelists, for joining us. That was a really engaging conversation. And thank you to Blessing Manale, who is the head of communications, for moderating that session. That is fantastic. So what we're going to do, have a bit of a stage set up here. So the gentlemen who are going to be assisting us with that, this is only going to take a few minutes. If you could assist with that in the meantime. So remember a little bit earlier on, you had your phones out. If we can just have your phones out once again. And the reason we want you to answer this particular question, because we need to collate it, and when we get closer and closer to COP29, and we want to know what to talk about, or rather what to focus on for the priorities, we need some of that feedback coming through from here. So if you can go to menti.com, I don't know if we can get that slide back on again, just so people who may have missed it. So if you go to menti.com, there is a question there, and we'll just give it a few seconds. So that is the code that we're using for this section. So we had that as the first question, but we're going to skip to the second question. And the second question is around, in your opinion, what should be the top priorities for the COP29 discussions? This is the one that is key that I really need your responses to. We were doing really well in the morning with, I think, just over 100 responses. So now that we've reached about 210 in the room, we should get to around 200 responses. And that, how you answer that is going to be important. So let's get those responses going while the gentlemen here help us with the podiums. Can we get the QR code again, just so people can scan that? Are we winning the QR code? So maybe just go to menti.com and see if that takes you straight there. Okay, we'll just give them a few seconds just to clear the stage for us. Are we getting the responses? Are you seeing that change? Because I'm not seeing it on my screen, so I'm just not sure where. There we go. We've got 5 responses so far, so I'm hoping we can get a little bit more, guys. Let's keep that going, unless you are struggling to get into menti.com, which I hope you're not. There we go. It's steadily increasing. Let me just grab that. All right, so I'll let that run in the background, and then we'll get to it in terms of what the final number is in the meantime. What I'm going to do is that we're going to have a signing of a new and exciting partnership with an organization in the renewable energy space, and they're going to sign an MOU. And I'd like to welcome the signatories, Rest Kanju, who is the Executive Director and Head of Operations at Indalo Inclusive. And he will be joined by Dr. Rithabile Melamo, who is the CEO of Sabvia. But we also have Hlezipi Siotula Mshizana, if you can join us on stage. And I will hand you the mic so you can just talk a little bit about the significance of what they're signing and etc.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so lovely to see everyone here. Today, and particularly this moment, is a very momentous one, not only for the socio-economic development space, it is also a momentous occasion for the solar space, the engineering space, the technology space, but most importantly, it is an action that is really going to define the direction of where this just energy transition is going, and it's also going to showcase how Indalo Inclusive is always working towards foresight, ensuring that they get the right partners to ensure that the change that they are implementing in the communities is sustainable. You're about to find out. About 6 months ago, the IDC went out in the market to look out for strategic implementation partners to fund alternative energy solutions for small businesses in the villages as well as in the townships. Indalo Inclusive is what might think it's obvious that they are a suitable partner to such an entity as the IDC to help them roll out these solutions to SMMEs in rural and urban, semi-urban communities. Indalo Inclusive, inspired by this trust by the IDC to be appointed as a strategic implementation partner, they knew that the initiative not only needed the soulful work or some what they call the Lord's work, which they've been doing, but they realized that the initiative also needed engineering parties, those who set technical excellence parties, standards in our industry. So it is with this thinking in mind that Indalo Inclusive has partnered with Subvia, who is going to be helping Indalo ensure that all the solutions that are mainly engineering and technology-based that will be implemented under their flagship will ensure that they are delivered within technology excellent and engineering excellent standard. And so Subvia is one of those trusted parties that I, also as an engineering professional, can assure you that they are the most suitable to oversee such an initiative. So today indeed, yes please, mark this as a momentous occasion. The socio-economic development space is indeed not only remaining a charity-based industry, it's really having foresight where technology and engineering and global standards in these areas, they are adopted. Mr. Rist, over to you. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. I think I'll be very quick. I think what you're forgetting to mention is that In Pursuit, which is led by Lizzie, it's a very key partner in the implementation of this, and that's why you're here. And we want to be grateful to NetBank for putting us together, by the way. So the In Pursuit and KPKs are also a beneficiary of a NetBank program that we are also part of. So we're excited about the continued partnership. But yeah, I think you've mentioned IDC. We're given 7 minutes to finish this. But I'm quite excited because this is it's coming to like a full circle with Dr. Milamu. Before, when Indalo was formed, you were there in the beginning. And we're excited about this partnership primarily because it's actually going to provide resilience opportunities to entrepreneurs of all sorts in rural and township economies of Limpopo and Mpumalanga. So we're excited about that, and I think we've said a mouthful. Subvia, I think this relationship, when we said it's a short-term MOU, you said no, we want it long-term, because it begins to open up this space specifically to industry association partners who are beginning to say to young, black, emerging, practitioners and installers of solar and resources and that type of stuff in these places who are going to benefit from this particular partnership. So we're looking forward to growing it and making it bigger and bigger. Can I stop there now? And indeed, we want to thank the IDC. Stephen is right there at the back. Steve Ovo, thank you so much, and the IDC for this. Yeah.
Thank you very much, my brother. It's good to be here again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Rest has said, I've been here many times. I'm here again in a different capacity. As indicated, I am from Subvia. In full is the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association. We're the voice of solar PV in South Africa. We represent almost 100 companies And these range from developers to installers, small installation companies. And we are extremely excited about this partnership. And indeed, Resta said, no, 1 year doesn't make sense. If we are going to get into a meaningful partnership, we have to be at it for a long haul. So there are two things that excite us about this initiative. The first one is that this partnership gives meaning to what we call democratization of energy access. And really what that means is that everybody everywhere in the world gets access to energy. And there's no technology more fitting than solar PV, which can be applied across scale. I visited one of my cousins in Sebokeng a couple of weeks ago, and I realized that there is a community in Gauteng that does not have access to electricity. But they have a panel, they have a battery and inverter, and they are supplying all their needs. So it's a truly democratic technology. And it can be applied at a large scale. We have seen those large energy solar farms in the Northern Cape and in other provinces of the country. But really, if we are going to emancipate our rural communities, we want to make sure that SMMEs thrive, we need to make sure that they have access to sustainable energy sources, and solar PV is one of them. The second one is around the conversation that a number of colleagues who were in the previous panel were talking about. And we were well represented by my leader, Ms. Kaliwe Mabaso, who is also heading some of the working groups within Subvia. And really is that if we are really to benefit from an emerging industry, everybody has to benefit from the economic opportunities that come with it. And I believe that this project places SMMEs, installation companies, it places them at the center of this development. And it is our ambition as the association and through this partnership with Indalo that we begin to provide energy solutions where they are most needed, in our most rural communities. But can people get rich out of a sector that is growing? And it might feel like we are going to move the needle very slowly, but it's a commitment that we are making through this partnership that we will play our part in making sure that the 600 million people in this continent that still do not have access to energy, at least some of them get access to energy. Make sure that the people of this continent, of this country, of the rural parts of this country benefit from economically from these new industries of solar PV. It's easy, it's democratizing, but the broader renewable energy sector. So with that, I'm very grateful, and I'm seeing my colleagues from the Innovation Hub are still here, and a big shout out to all of them. Thank you.
All right, do you have a pen ready to sign? We do have a photographer who is standing by waiting to have that picture. Would you want ululating? I can't help you, but there we go. Yes, so they are almost done, and thank you to Hleziphi for facilitating the signing and making sure that they're signing in the right spaces. Okay. Photographers, are you happy with the pictures that you've got? Do you want a handshake moment? Are you okay? Okay. So just two announcements from my side. The first one is we're going to be breaking into lunch, in case you're concerned. But however, if you walk out of this room and you turn right and you take another right and you go downstairs, We've got the exhibitions with the entrepreneurs who are dying to show you and tell you about their businesses. So please go and visit, go and ask questions, go and engage with them. They've been looking forward to actually seeing you since this morning. And while you do that, we do have lunch served outside. However, I do encourage you to please go downstairs, go and interact with our entrepreneurs. And then I will see you back here at 2:30. So we are going to start at 2:30 sharp. Thank you to everybody who joined me on stage for the signing. And yes, we'll see you back in the next 45 minutes. I'm going to introduce the next moderator for this particular session. And his name is Murendeni Mafumo, who is the founder of Kusini Water. And I'm also going to give him the opportunity to introduce his panel members. And he'll also be taking questions a little bit later on during his session. So please keep those questions nice and short, just so we can give everybody a chance. But Murendeni, please join us on stage.
All right, so I've got the graveyard shift immediately after lunch. How's everybody feeling? No? There we go. Where's my crew? Where's Ntsika and them from my crew? I asked them to cheer on as I come up to this session. So I've asked the wrong people, clearly. There we go. All right, guys, we're going to get a lot of young people as well. So we're going to get this session. It's going to be so cool. We've got 4 entrepreneurs, like exciting entrepreneurs, including myself. No? Okay, thank you. So we've got some really amazing entrepreneurs coming up for this session. We've broken up the session into 2. So the first part of the session, we're going to be talking to some young people that are doing amazing work, both here in South Africa, in Uganda, as well as in Kenya.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And then the second part of the session is going to be people that are supporting the entrepreneurs. So these are support organizations. I think they're called EOs. These are organizations that are both here in South Africa, just like Indalo, just like the Innovation Hub, but also in Kenya as well. Organizations that are looking every day at innovation. So the idea for this session is, are there opportunities? What are some of the ways within the green sector in which we can cross-collaborate? So entrepreneurs collaborating with other entrepreneurs from South Africa, from Kenya, from Uganda, and so forth and so forth. So therefore, that brings me to an exciting first person that I'm going to be introducing you to, who has partnered with my organization, Kusini Water, and that is Leslie. So Leslie runs an organization called the Chemistry Solution. So what they do at the Chemistry Solution, if I can find I'm going to find it, and then I'm going to tell you a lot more about what they do at the Chemistry Solution while Leslie comes up. Someone please bring my folder there at the back with my laptop. So Leslie is going to come up from the Chemistry Solution. The next person that I'm going to be calling up, there we go. So Leslie Mukwanda, she's the owner of the Chemistry Solution, a water testing and treatment solutions company. She has a master's in chemistry, specializing in polymer science, and she believes it is our responsibility to make the world a better place. So we recently partnered with Leslie to bring access to clean water in the Western Cape. I haven't even seen the site, but I'm really, really excited about having you, Leslie, and welcome. There we go. Second person I'm going to be calling is Maya. Maya has a very, very interesting organization that she runs. I didn't understand it. I'll be honest with you. I'm just a mere water scientist. I didn't understand what Maya does. But Maya holds a BCom in economics, philosophy, and politics, along with an honors in economic science from the University of Witwatersrand. Her academic background, combined with keen interest in sustainable development, led her to choose sustainable agriculture as a career. She's grounded in the belief that sustainable agriculture and circular food economies can drive positive environmental impact, and her journey towards sustainable agriculture has led her to the black soldier fly processing. I'm very, very interested in hearing that. All right, welcome, Maya. Who else do we have? We have Dominic. Dominic is from Kenya. Dominic Wanjira. Who's Dominic? Who's Dominic? Oh, there we are. So Dominic is an inventor. We actually went to see one of his inventions when we were out in Nairobi. He's got some amazing technology that he's working on, primarily focused on developing, on promoting climate-smart agriculture, reducing deforestation, water and waste management, as well as invasive weed management. His work primarily focuses on reusing, recycling, repurposing, permaculture, and regenerating agriculture, carbon sequencing, and climate change mitigation in all of his innovations that he drives in his organization. Welcome, guys. Did I miss anyone in this panel? This is everyone, right? Did I miss anyone in this panel? All right. Oh, there's, what's his name? Samuel, yeah. Samuel is from Kenya as well. Sorry, Samuel. I had my notes all mixed up here. Right, let me get Samuel's introduction. Samuel is from an organization called The organization is, what is it called again? We call this Acacia. So we called him Samuel Acacia. Samuel is also from Kenya. I'm trying to find my notes now, and I can't find Samuel's. There we go. So he's currently the project manager at Acacia EPZ. He's passionate about empowering pastoralist communities, especially women and youth. He does this by cultivating alternative income streams through gum Arabic trade, fostering economic resilience in arid regions, and is dedicated to enhancing livelihood and sustainability through innovative solutions in traditional industries. All right, guys, I'm going to give you a few minutes to introduce yourself better than I did, because I know you guys are doing some amazing work that I can never be able to explain. So I'm going to start with you, Samuel from Acacia. So you've got about 2 minutes. Give us as much as you want to tell us about yourself.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. I am Samuel Shilajiro. The organization I work with deals with sourcing gum Arabic from the Kenyan Northern Aridlands. And gum Arabic primarily is an exudate from an acacia Senegal. Acacia has more than 48 species, so the specific one is Acacia Senegal, and the gum Arabic is used in the food and pharmaceutical industries as a preservative, emulsifier, and stabilizer. So we work primarily with people who live a nomadic lifestyle, and they are based in the Kenyan Aridlands. So this has given them an opportunity to get an alternative source of income. And beyond sourcing for the product from the community members, we also engage the community members to harness biomass from invasive species and then the waste from the gum Arabic is used as a binder. In the northern communities, we also have infrastructure problems, and they don't have any agricultural produce to trade in. So their primary source of income is livestock. And when we go for the product, we also make a point of taking food to them at cost in exchange for the gum Arabic. So in addition to giving them an alternative source of income, we also ensure that they have access to food. Thank you.
Amazing. Dominic? Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks again, Indalo, for the opportunity. My name is Dominic Wanjihia Kahumbu from Biogas International, a company we founded in 2011. We started off, like most biogas companies, looking for a solution for people in the rural areas. At that time, the technologies that are around were the fixed dome system and the floating top system. I've always known, since I started tinkering with biogas when I was about 10 years old, that you can make biogas with basically anything biodegradable. So we developed a technology, we call it flexi biogas, which is far, far more efficient than conventional technologies. It's like an upgrade, it's like an iPhone of biogas. And you can use anything and everything that's biodegradable. So you're not limiting to dairy farmers and to pig farmers. You can literally, anybody who has biodegradable material at their disposal, they can use it to make biogas. And if you look at the food chain of what makes biogas, the higher the calorific value of the ingredient, the higher the biogas production. So human food, like what we end up with in the dump sites, restaurant food, waste from markets, it has 5 to 10 times more gas potential than animal dung. So from there we went in, of course the schools started asking for it. So we upscaled to much, much larger systems, and then that ventured us into human waste management systems as well. So now we have human waste management systems which are separate from the biogas system, principally because humans, African culture, people don't want to cook with gas from human waste, and they certainly don't want to use the fertilizer on their food. So we make sure that those are very, very separate. That also took us to the invasive species, because we have huge problems of water hyacinth in Kenya, in Lake Victoria and Lake Naivasha. I've heard people talking about water hyacinth in Zambia and also in South Africa. So we looked at the water hyacinth. All these invasive weeds are here for a reason. Nature put them there. So how can we manage them rather than try to remove them? Because water hyacinth is cleaning the water. So if you manage it by maintaining a steady population, you maintain the water filter, and then you harvest the plant, feed it to the digester, you get the nutrients back, and you get gas, and huge amounts of gas as well. So we're doing that with water hyacinth, we're doing it with Upuntia cactus, which is another invasive species. We're doing it with acacia in, well, we call it mathenge. It's Prosopis juliflora, which is another invasive species in northern and southern Kenya. We're doing it with Doda cascuta, which is another invasive species. So basically, in Africa, what we like to say is that where there are humans, there's water. Where there is water, there is something growing. That thing growing can be used as a feedstock for biogas digesters, and you get the nutrients back, so you get your organic fertilizer. So we have absolutely no excuse for being in the state of poverty that we're in right now, especially with food insecurity and what have you. We have the resources at our fingertips, we just need to utilize them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, guys, go to menti.com. You guys will see the link up there. We want to hear a little bit about what you guys are thinking, what's coming out. Interact with menti.com as much as possible as the session is going. I'm very, very interested in the iPhone of biogas. I want to see the iPhone of biogas here in SA. So, Maya, tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Hello, everyone. Is it working? Hello? Yeah.
Yes, okay.
I'm really grateful to be here, and thank you to the Indalo team. I co-founded Pillar Feed 2 years ago. Pillar from the Zulu word is ipilayo, which means living things. We named it this because it's all living things that we want to serve through our systems. Pillar Feed is a decentralized black soldier fly farm that utilizes the natural life cycle of a black soldier fly. So basically, we mimic the life cycle of a fly to create systems to process food waste into fly larvae and insect fertilizer. The insects themselves can be used in animal agriculture as a sustainable and nutritious protein source for livestock, while the frass, or insect fertilizer, can be used as a soil amendment, which is really great for plant growth and soil fertility, amongst many other benefits. So we are creating a decentralized approach as we want to create local food economies, utilizing a container model. This will allow us to go into different communities and analyze their waste supply and their food agri-input needs, and create systems that work for those communities while adopting a technology that requires low-skilled labor and is employable. This process really feeds into the circular food economy, and for me is the key that closes the food loop to be able to sustain food systems.
Amazing. Very, very interesting. Leslie, tell us a little bit about what you're doing at the Chemistry Solution.
Hi, everyone. I'm Leslie Mkwada from the Chemistry Solutions Company.
Can you guys hear? They can't hear you.
So at the Chemistry Solutions Company, we focus on using chemistry and science to solve our everyday problems. So one of the challenges we've been addressing is the poor water quality, particularly here in South Africa. 70% of all our water service providers, they fail to comply with the safety requirements. And then over 50% of them don't comply with the microbial safety requirements. And this has resulted in people dying from drinking contaminated water. So what we've done is we have developed kits that you can use to test the water quality, to check if it's safe to use or not. And so our kits can be used for any water source, whether it's tap water, bore water, seawater, they work for that as well. And in addition to that, we also do water quality treatment. So we use different technologies, activated carbon to purify water, reverse osmosis to purify water, to make sure that people have access to clean and safe water. So this is what we do briefly, and also supplying clean water to communities that actually need clean water. That's also a priority for us as well.
Sure. Leslie, we recently, just last month, passed the 50 million liters per month mark where I work. 50 million liters per month to communities means 50 million different chemistry parameters that we have to worry about. How do you ensure that you can bring your solution to other parts of the continent in an affordable way? How are you thinking about collaboration with other people that are within Kenya, within other parts of East Africa, West Africa, and Southern Africa, but also thinking about affordability as well?
So one of the things that we've been looking at is creating relationships and partnerships with different distributors across the globe. For instance, now we've done sales in Mozambique, Rwanda, and Nigeria. And at the moment, that is one of the challenges that we've had is the lack of infrastructure, which limits us, which brings the cost of the kits very high. So by the time it gets to Nigeria, instead of it being 400 rand, the kit now has to cost 1,200, for instance. So by improving infrastructure and being part of distribution channels, that helps us to be able to reach the markets. And I'm also grateful recently for the African trade, free trade that has been put in place, which is going to make things a lot easier as well in terms of reaching to other markets.
Yeah. So Sam, you work in a specific area of Kenya, a semi-arid area in Kenya. Are you thinking about going into other parts of the continent? How are you thinking about going into other parts of the continent? And have you seen opportunities to collaborate in other parts?
Yes, thank you. In all the countries within Africa, we have areas that have the same characteristics as the northern part of Kenya. If you look at the East African region, we have countries like South Sudan, we have Ethiopia, we have Somalia. And in South Africa, we also have the Kalahari, along which we have the same characteristics. So utilizing bodies and treaties like the COMESA, that is an opportunity for organizations to be able to engage in trade with other enterprises. And in our neighboring countries, we are looking at people who are dealing with the trade so that we can be able to come together. That gives an opportunity for better bargaining powers and economies of scale when exporting.
So Dominic, as an inventor, we went to see your factory. There's a lot of amazing things that you're doing there. Do you see a lot of barriers in bringing your innovation cross country, even within Kenya or just East Africa? Do you see a lot of barriers that are existing right now that are preventing you from scaling further?
Not really barriers from, biogas is exempt in all the different countries. Provided you get the correct HS code, then there shouldn't be any, apart from the Kitu Kidogo that they ask for at the border, the customs officers, there is no actual barriers to move these renewable energy products across borders. The challenge is it's a new technology. One of the biggest problems we face in Kenya, I think the same applies across Africa, is policymakers and they believe that we have to import technologies. They don't believe that Africans can invent things. So getting local adaptation of local products is a very, very uphill task. We have different companies from Europe, what have you, bringing technologies. One company is called, I won't say the name, but one company is, two companies are replicating our technology 100% bumper to bumper because they came with their own technology, it failed, so they copied ours, and they're going around claiming this comes from Germany, this comes from Israel, this comes from wherever, when in fact it's our technology, they're just replicating. So, what we're trying to get to, can we adopt it? We have developed a working model where we are managing municipal waste. Our target is to kill the dump sites. Once you kill the dump sites, you clean the rivers automatically, and you reduce all of the greenhouse gases emitted from the greenhouses, from the dump sites. We do that by managing waste at source. So you don't move I heard someone mention earlier that the cost of moving waste is extremely expensive. If you manage it where it is generated, then you're not moving it. So your costs are already right down. And wherever you are, for instance, where the waste is most prevalent is in towns. And where in towns, that's where the charcoal is used, in the low-income areas. So you can offset the charcoal, so you're saving the trees, by using the gas, by supplying communal kitchens or even piping gas to restaurants and houses or schools or institutions. So you can use the gas where you could move the waste very easily to a school, for instance, to have where the biogas digesters are. So the barriers are more in the mind of the potential users. So we're slowly but surely making a mark. We now have about maybe 40 or 50 of our big systems out there, 3 within municipalities, and they're working very successfully. So we hope to use those as, copycat, because the technology can be copy-pasted from one place to the next. Yeah.
No, very interesting. There's a program called Indalo, the replicator program, which answers a lot of those questions. I was part of that program a few years ago, which allowed us to right now we've replicated in South Africa, and the big part of the reason was because of the replicator program, and I think there's a lot you can plug in. I want to push you guys a little bit on the spot. I think the conversation is too comfortable for my liking. I want to make it a little bit more uncomfortable. I'm going to start with you, Maya, and then with you, Leslie. We've got some enterprise development or enterprise support organizations, ASOs, that are going to be coming up next. These guys are doing great work in supporting guys like you guys that are starting up. What do you think their role is in enhancing or enabling collaboration, cross-country collaboration, and also scaling? What do you think their role specifically is? But also, do you have a message for them? Is there something you want to tell them? Something they're not doing right that you think they can do better? I've got some few things, but I'm not going to say them because I'm a moderator, and the rest is going to fire me. So are there some things that you believe these guys should know? What do you think their role is in enabling what you guys are doing to get to where Dominic is?
Put me on the spot. So I think on a basic level, I think everything has been put in place, the networking events, the programs.
I think your mic is
not working now. Oh, wait. Sorry, there we go. So I've participated in Indalo's Year program, amongst another one, and attending conferences, being part of the program, I've developed a lot of skills and confidence to potentially collaborate. But I think maybe what the role or something that could be added is, as a first-time founder, those negotiation processes or the conversations sometimes just get left at, oh yeah, we should collaborate, or yeah, I would love to talk to you, and the interest kind of stops at the conference or maybe 1 or 2 emails. So I think really nurturing entrepreneurs to be able to push for those collaborations and partnership development could be a great role.
Yeah, I strongly believe that small businesses are over-mentored and underfunded. I think if we were to be a little bit more funded, we would be reaching for the stars a little bit more. But I'm interested in hearing what your thoughts are on this topic of enterprise support organizations within both the context of South Africa and regional context. What do you think they can do better? Or what is it that they're doing well that you think we must praise them for?
Thank you, Meridian, for that. I was going to bring that up as well to say there is a lot of support in how to do skills transfer, which is quite great, and knowledge transfer as well as networks to reach other markets. And like in this room today, for instance, we have investors, we have policymakers, we have a lot of important decision makers in this room, and this actually is a very huge opportunity that allows us to grow as entrepreneurs. And in terms of funding, I think we need more funding to allow us to build those infrastructures and systems we need to succeed, and to allow us to afford, I would say, opportunities to do things in a more structured way. That helps a lot.
Yeah, so the question of skills is actually a very interesting question that I'm going to pose to Mr. Ntutuko, who is very, very passionate about bridging the skills gap. And I think he's going to have a very good response to that, because I think it's something that he's really passionate about. Do you have some examples of something that you say, this has been replicated really well, maybe in your region or maybe in other regions of entrepreneurs that are existing, that have replicated in other regions, that you think this has been replicated really well. Do you guys have any examples? Who do I start with? Sam or Leslie? Do you have some examples?
Yes, I actually have an example for your company, Christine. What you've done with the business model, you've managed to penetrate all the low-income areas, schools, targeting schools, and gain hundreds of locations. And you've successfully replicated that, and so well done for that.
Oh, okay. I promise you, I didn't say that to them. I didn't say that to Leslie. But I think that's quite interesting. When I think about the challenges that we have when we went to Amboseli, the water challenges that we have. Do you guys have some examples specifically from innovation that has been brought in from other parts of the continent into Kenya, for example, in the water space that I've seen, or any other space that you've seen good examples of that? Thanks for that, Leslie.
Unfortunately, no, I can't. I can say that we've seen our M-Pesa being spread across the continent, actually across the world. I mean, I think M-Pesa was the first mobile phone money transfer platform, and it's been replicated. I think what's important to say is that, in Africa, when Africans develop solutions to their problems, those solutions work because they live the problems. So there's a lot of downloading of technologies from Europe and from the West where someone's sitting behind a computer in some university somewhere thinks, I've got a solution for Africa. Because they've got the money from their country, they can come and try and implement it here. And a lot of them end up being white elephant projects. As soon as they've got their glossy photos and they go away, the project collapses. So we need to get our own local people, interested in local innovations and local solutions and take them to scale. It's taking our projects to scale. We applied for a grant, Innovate UK grant, and our concept was so foreign to the previewers that we couldn't get the grant. It was because they couldn't conceptualize what we were talking about because they don't live in where we are. We've developed a disease called grant application fatigue syndrome, because. Because it's just so tiring, getting those rejects emails.
Yeah.
Yeah. So funding, as you said, funding is the biggest drawback.
Yeah. No, that's very, very interesting. So one of the things that I think one of the bigger impacts that I've seen from organizations such as, for example, Indalo, is that they are there in the areas. I think that's one of the biggest things. One of the biggest commands that I've got. I don't know how many kilometers Rescar has done. Probably 500,000 kilometers. And I think that's important. And I think that's a message we want to send to even the enterprise development organizations. Be there. Understand the context. Because if this concept is too foreign to you, you have no idea the context of water shortage in Amboseli, for example, you're just not going to get it. Yeah. So therefore you won't fund it. Sam, do you have some sort of thoughts around what are some of the collaborative maybe ways in which collaboration between the two regions can help, especially Kenya and South Africa, especially when it comes to things like access to market, access to funding? What are some of the ways in which you think collaboration between entrepreneurs can help and enhance access to things like funding?
For East and Southern Africa, when organizations that are within the same space come together, they will have a higher bargaining power, especially when they are applying for things like grants. And even in the absence of grants, if they are in the same line of business, they can come together, pool resources to be able to expand. There is also an opportunity of sharing distribution networks so that entry, especially when you're bringing your products to another country, becomes easier in terms of access to market.
Yeah. Right. So I'm going to sort of wrap this up, and I'm going to ask you guys to give me a little bit of your thoughts around, if you look at the two regions, South Africa, Kenya, and let's also talk about Southern Africa as well as East Africa. What excites you what really gets you super excited about, especially in our space, the green economy space. What's exciting you? What are you looking forward to? With that, also give me a little bit of a closing 30 seconds. If you guys have questions, please make them specific to a person, and we're going to answer them at the end. Is that okay? Oh, is everybody gone? It's the food, yeah? All right. Let me start with Maya. Let me start with you. What are some of the things that you think are exciting within the two regions? What's getting you up in the morning, and also your closing words?
My thing's red.
It's good?
No, it's red.
It's fine.
Let's try this one.
No, it's meant to be green.
Oh.
Thank you. What excites me is I feel as a society we are moving back towards indigenous knowledge, and especially within the agriculture space. And with that being said, I think Africa is like the key resources and key knowledge within that space. So seeing or being in the black soldier fly industry, I am connected to, from retail to the whole food chain. We're dealing with food waste, we're dealing with agriculture supplies, and I have noticed that amongst the whole system, there is this huge draw towards sustainable practices for farmers, but also to support sustainable farming practices by purchasing food that is grown in a sustainable way. And yeah, I think that's really exciting, and having Africa as the key fountain of information in that sense.
Yeah, African solutions to African challenges. Love it. Leslie, go for it.
For me, the fact that both in the East and South, we share the same kind of problems. So if we're able to apply solutions that are being used in the East to the South, and also the South to the East, and collaborate together, that will allow us to actually grow together and improve our continent. And especially now, we have a large youth population, so it would excite me to see a lot of enterprise support organizations supporting businesses owned by women, owned by disabled people, so that they grow and we grow the continent. Thank you.
Fantastic. Sam from Acacia.
Okay, thank you. What is interesting for me, getting to learn that conservation efforts are being driven by business in both countries. If you look at what Indalo is doing with the enterprises, they are leading them towards ensuring that conservation and adaptation to climate change is up and running. And it's the same thing that we are doing up in the north, because for you to tell that person, do not cut down trees to make charcoal, you need to give them an alternative which is more sustainable, and it is business-led. So that is what is exciting me about the conservation efforts in both countries.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Dominic.
I think what's exciting here, about this panel alone is, what you're seeing here out of all of these, and I'm sure all of the other entrepreneurs, nothing that they're doing, they learned in school. Entrepreneurship is about doing what you're passionate about. I think our education system has failed us in that we were downloaded with an education system from the British or from the French or from whoever. And it was designed to train people to get jobs. Now, there are no jobs. Yeah? So the people who are making it today are the entrepreneurs, the people who are using their own heads, going out, training themselves in very specific fields. They are now going to be employing those who went to school. Because, so the role is turned completely. It's doing the completely opposite. So we need to change our education system. We need to set up colleges and technical training institutions where you're training these kind of things, like how to build your soil. Soil is the foundation of everything. So the frass from the black soldier fly is very essential. The water is absolutely essential. Value addition to products is absolutely essential. Energy is what we're doing. It's all in this whole climate smart, nature-based solutions. There is opportunities galore. We haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg. And it's across Africa. It's not in East Africa, and the opportunities are not in South Africa or in West Africa. Everywhere, all of the conditions in the entire continent is similar. The same as Asia, the same as in South America. So there is huge potential to multiply these, copy-paste these solutions across the globe, leave alone just across Africa.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much, guys. Can you give them a round of applause, guys? No, so thank you very much, guys. As you guys go down, I'm going to ask for my next esteemed panel. And on that last point, you know, I always say that as much as I'm a water scientist, 90% of what I know I learned from YouTube now. So that's a very good point, Dominic. So before I butcher the next panel, because they're esteemed guests, I'm gonna ask them to come up, and then they will introduce themselves. Can I please get Mr. Savio Wambugu from Mount Kenya Hub? Where's Savio? There's Savio there at the back. Guys, give them a round of applause. We are all cold. Let's get warm, nyana. You want tea? Tea? Okay, no, no tea. All right. Please, can I get David Chiborita from E4 Impact Entrepreneurship Center in Kenya as well. Mr. David, you can come up. Mr. Ntutuko Nyandeni from the Innovation Hub, please come up. Isabel Dutoit from Fetula. There we go, that's more like it, Fetula. Thank you. Isabel. And then Dr. Mao, I'm going to call Dr. Mao. Where's Dr. Mao? Dr. Mao, you're going to be on standby. Do you want to come sit? Are you going to be there? You can come join us, Mr. Mao. Isabel, you sit next to me. All right. I'm not sure if everybody has a mic, gentle guys. All right, we'll just give you the handheld mics. All right, so what we're going to try and achieve with this session is to talk about what are some of the opportunities that are existing that you guys are seeing as you are supporting green enterprises in your countries. We've got three countries that are represented here. We want to talk about cross-collaborative opportunities, talk about barriers, we want to talk about challenges, opportunities, and what really is exciting you. Also, at the same time, I want you to respond to the entrepreneurs, some of the criticism that they give you. It's time to hit back. You guys are always getting the punches. So, before we go ahead, I'm going to give you guys we all know what you do. So I'm going to give you about a minute and a half to introduce your organizations, starting with you, Isabel.
Okay, it's on. Hi, everybody. Isabel Dutoy here from Fetola. We run BDS programs, so business development support programs, and we help with fund management for some very big funds around here. We're getting started on that anyway. And we run in all 9 provinces with a focus on women, rural, youth, and sustainability, so environmental practices. Those are our core foundations. And I'm going to encourage you to go look at our website for more information.
Hi, everyone. My name is Savio Wambugu from Kenya. I run an innovation hub called Mount Kenya Hub, which started as a tech hub, but right now we have really diversified towards climate-smart technologies and smart agriculture. And I'm also the chairperson of Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. And I also have another chairperson here.
So you guys have a professional football players in one of your... Oh. Please, you have to share that.
Just don't body shame me, but I used to be a professional footballer. Yeah, I played for the national team under 20 and under 17, but it's not a sustainable business in Kenya to play football.
All right, thank you. My name is David Cheboriot. I'm the director of the E4 Impact Entrepreneurship Centers. E4 Impact is a spin-off of the Business School of the Catholic University of Milan in Italy. We're actually present in 20 African countries running programs, entrepreneurial programs. And in our entrepreneurship center in Kenya, we do pre-incubation, incubation, and acceleration. We actually also have a small seed fund, which we call E4 Invest, which we invest in some of the innovators that we are working with. And as Savio said, I also happen to chair the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya that brings together about 120 ESOs, which are enterprise support organizations, so incubators and accelerators, yes. Thank you.
Not a former football star?
No.
Okay. Mr. Tutu.
Okay, hi, my name is Tutu Nyandeni. I am from across the science park just across called the Innovation Hub. So I am part of the green economy, which is the green unit. We have about 3, or I can say 4, incubation programs. We have your biosciences one, and then we have your ICT one, and we have what we call Ekasi Labs, which are like a mirror of the program that we do, but they are based in the townships in Gauteng. So yeah, we're nicely located just next to CSIR and between universities. So yeah, that's basically what we do.
Dr. Ma?
Hello everyone, my name is Mao Amis. I'm the founder and executive director of the African Center for Green Economy. We're a think tank that is based in Cape Town, but we work across the region. We're 12 years this year, so it's been a journey working in this space, and we see ourselves as a knowledge broker to foundations, institutions like the Indalo and the likes, and supporting entrepreneurs. And since 2014, we have been incubating entrepreneurs across the region. Initially, our program was called the New Economy Accelerator. Now it's called the Green Innovation Hub, where we have a virtual incubation for entrepreneurs across the region. I see myself as preaching the gospel of connecting South Africa to the rest of the continent, because South Africa has been good to me, 20 years here. I've done amazing stuff, and really my goal is how can we connect entrepreneurs to the rest of the continent, because I think that when we work together, we're able to harness opportunities better. So really good to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Right, we've got some really, really amazing guests here. David, as an organization that is already in over 20 African countries, I mean, that's big. What are some of the challenges and barriers that you've seen that are hindering effective collaboration in all the regions that you're operating in?
I think for an enterprise support organization, one of the challenges that we actually face, I think it's two-faced, right? Challenges as being an ESO itself, and challenges that our entrepreneurs face. So if I start with the challenges our entrepreneurs face, they're actually looking to raise investment. But I think for most of the times when they're coming to us or to incubators and accelerators, they're not ready yet to raise investment. So, and sometimes when you work with them, sometimes they don't take advice so well, and that is the thing around innovators, right? They fall in love with their innovation and their idea. And now you have to work with them a bit more to unlock and make them a bit more easy to take your feedback so that they can actually, let's say, raise funding. If I have to think about the specific challenge actually for green and inclusive business, this is sort of a new sort of market segment where not a lot of investors have invested in. So they have not put a lot of money there. And so before you can have a proven business model that is investable, that is still a bit of a problem. So we actually need, and if there are investors in the room, banks and so on, to actually take a leap of faith and put a bit of some early grants financing, which does not demand a very high return on investment at the beginning. I think that's a challenge that innovators are facing. I think the other bit from an ESO perspective, I think some of the enterprise support organizations, and I've seen that across Africa, many in Kenya and other countries where we are present, some of them are actually startups by themselves. And they actually need investment in capital. They also need to build their own business models, sustainable business models, because they cannot teach and train innovators to be sustainable while themselves they are not. So I see that as a challenge which also needs to be addressed a bit. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm actually going to come to Fetula as well, because I'm very, very interested in what you're seeing as not just challenges, but also exciting opportunities as well that are existing in fostering. Do you guys think there's a role that an organization such as yours can play in cross-country collaboration, overcoming those challenges? What are some of the exciting things that you've seen?
Okay. You gave me like 5 questions there, Murandeni. Hey, you don't hold back.
The world is your oyster. Go
The
for
world
it.
is my oyster. So I would agree with all those challenges. I also think there's like a huge gap in the market for that ESO that kind of sits above the other ESOs and really guides them. I think that's a huge opportunity that's out there. And we all need it, as much as we've all been in business for 12 years or 18 years or whatever, we need it. And then in terms of opportunities out there, I think that there is a massive opportunity in terms of sustainability and green at the moment. All it's doing is growing. There's huge amounts of finance being funneled in there right now. Yes, it's not as big as the other sectors, but it's growing so quickly, and we actually really need to try and keep up. The problem is that they're still putting the same funding expectations on green businesses as they are on any other business. And often these are new businesses, they're innovators, they don't have the know-how. You must tell me when I'm going too much on a tangent here and then you stop me. So they don't have the know-how yet, and we really need to get in there and fill that gap. And I think that's really where we all play in that kind of space. And Indalo is also really, really great at that, is kind of bridging that gap and making them ready for that level of finance. So is that answering?
Yeah, yeah.
Fab.
Interesting story. Before I let Mr. Ntituko answer the next question, many, many years ago, our first ever funding, we got it from the Innovation Hub. So you don't have to say nice things about us. However, if you do, yeah, that's okay. What are some of the best examples, success stories, that you've seen in your work?
Okay, there's quite a lot, and then I will just, touch base on what the gentleman next to me was talking about. We were lucky when we were set up because also we were part of the Climate Innovation Center. There's one in Kenya, so we partnered with the DBSA, and they were able to give us money that was going to go direct into helping the companies, commercial piloting, which was very important, as well as fine-tuning whatever that the guys were developing. And that helps so that the guys will get the first sale or to even leverage some of the funding, because there is no angel funding in most of these guys where they come from, especially the black people who come from such backgrounds. And that was very important, and that we've seen that dwindling, going down, and that will be very, very important because it doesn't have to be a lot of money. The guys still need testing, especially if I can mention the likes of you. Without us having to get you some of that funding, you wouldn't have been able to get leverage in some of the successes that you have. But back to your question regarding some of the guys, I will touch base on some of the guys that are doing very well. And we have guys that are in e-waste. They've done amazing. They've opened such big facilities, both here and Pietermaritzburg. And then the exporting, we have a company that is creating energy from compressed air, and they have also, their order book is getting insane. And their first invoice was to the tune of 90 million into Australia. So they actually benefited from their DBSA funding. And a couple of them, and some we have exported to the US, and some have IP'd all over the world. So there's some very good stories. But those guys, they needed that 50,000 rands. They didn't that 1 million to pilot, and so forth.
Absolutely, 100%. I can attest to that. Savio, very interesting. You guys started off as a tech incubator. And now you've pivoted a little bit more, and you've become a lot more inclusive. But do you still see a role that technology and digital platform can play in sharing opportunities amongst entrepreneurs and amongst also the organizations that you guys have? Do you still see tech as being a key driver for that?
Yeah, and before I answer that, I just want to reiterate what my friend, what's your name? Anyway, David said, but also in regards to what Dominic said. Dominic said that grant application fatigue syndrome. So we know that it's a question that probably we can also ask ourselves, because it also answers what you asked, whereby I don't know who or what is the baseline. Is it the problem? Is it the donor kind of perspectives? Or is it the sector-specific kind of grant application? Because for us and many of the ESOs, they are there looking for grants. So it's not about what you do, it's about what the donors are looking to fund. And that has been a very big hindrance in regards to we as ESOs not specifying and becoming sector-specific, because all that matters is where you get the grant, which is a big problem. However, according to what you say, technology and internet, as we say, cannot be ignored. And this is because if you ignore technology, it's going to overtake what you're doing. If you look at the agenda, like in Kenya, we have the Agenda 2030, and the Vision 2030 and the Agenda 2063. All those things that are being talked about are all being fueled by things like data and emerging technologies. If you come to Kenya, some of the traditional things that we used to do manually and physically have now been automated. If you come and check some of the solutions that are being implemented, the reason why initially it was very hard to serve big orders and also to optimize the solution is because there was hindrance in regards to accessing state-of-the-art technologies and also data. So right now we are able to compare what other people are doing in Europe and in the US, and we are able to at least copy-paste according to what the other people have been saying. So technology is here, and it has also improved and helped us in regards to knowledge sharing.
Sure. Speaking of which, Mr. David, do you think government has a role to play in this? If so, what do you think their role is?
Definitely, government has a big role to play in innovation, green, inclusive businesses and stuff like that. And I think one of the things that we've been focusing to do, even as a two association, is to push what we call a triple helix model, right? The collaboration between government, private sector, and institutions of learning like universities and so on to collaborate together. Because most times those institutions do a lot of research, they come up with innovations, but it's not going to government. So for policy, development, and so on. So when innovators come to implement those solutions, then there are policy hindrances, right? And it's unfavorable to them. So I think having government all the time in a room where we're discussing innovation, growth, business is really critical. And to have them from the word go. Because sometimes we wait until probably the research, the innovators have gone out to the field, they've used a lot of their sweat capital, they borrowed money, and then when they want to scale, the innovation government comes and says, no, stop, you cannot implement this because it's against the law and so on. So definitely government has a role to play, and we have to speak, as in I think we have to push this model all the more everywhere. Yeah, sure.
So government needs to be sitting on the table.
Sure.
Isabel, you work with an organization that works a lot with the private sector. What do you think the private sector's role is in all of that? Is there a role for private sector in all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely second that. I think that triple helix, you said it so much better than I possibly could have, so I'm so glad you answered this first. But I think that, yeah, corporates have a role to play because they get to act faster than government does. So corporates can make decisions where it would take policy very long to catch up. So their role would be actually proving the concepts for the government to play along. You know, they put money into things like circular economy so that when government starts writing policy, it actually makes sense for government. They go, okay, you know, let's work with these organizations now. And I think that's really where the private sector lies. And hopefully they're funding us.
Mr. Ntutiko, I'm very, very interested in your thoughts around capacity building. There was a thought earlier about entrepreneurs not being great at taking feedback. I don't relate. I'm great at taking feedback. What do you think, how can capacity building and skills development, the skills that you guys have, what is that bridge?
Okay, I think there has been a mismatch in a sense that, you know, how the industry operates at the moment, especially the corporate SA, they want us to go back and knock instead of them coming to find out how can we collaborate. So that relationship needs to change. We must be looked at as people who are actually giving them something. It's mutually beneficial for both. We're not begging just because we are on this side trying to help us, trying to help entrepreneurs. So that also talks in terms of the capacity building, because when you look at these guys, most of them have an idea, but there's no business acumen. And most of the monies that we actually use, we use to capacitate this government, getting them to a point where they are investment, ready. So that takes a lot of money. So we need, corporate SA to come through as well, to not just rely on government because they're paying their tax and they think government and the other should take it forward. They need to actually actively be involved. I know that there is sitters. The sitters must also come through. There is lots of monies, and also us, we and Fetula and the guys that are on this side, we need to come up with solutions that we can go for, work with TVETs and work with graduates that are having fun jobs. We need to capacitate. I mean, most of the time when you go to this green hydrogen, most of those talks, they're becoming just a talk. I mean, if there's a big project that comes to South Africa, where are they going to get the skills? Where are they going to get the people to be employed? So basically, we need to be very proactive ourselves to try to bridge the gap and going to partner with the TVETs and on all these others to try to have some small projects and programs that are aimed at capacitating the guys who are on the technical side.
That's, I mean, this morning we run a program called Water Champions. These are guys that are helping us operate our systems in communities. One of the things, it's a very simple skill, budgeting and financial wellness. I wish I'd gotten that much earlier, but we got our partners, some of the guys from Nedbank this morning that came and sat with our Water Champions, guys that are in communities. We had zero ideas about budgeting. So we spent half an hour with someone who knows everything about budgeting, taking us through budgeting. I wish I'd learned that 4 or 5 years ago. So that's a very good example of how we can do some of those things.
And also just on that, because it doesn't have to be always money. As you just mentioning, if they have skill in-house, they can bring those guys to come and help and capacitate our people. So basically that's what I wanted to add.
Absolutely. I'm very interested in some of the exciting opportunities that you guys have seen. As we close off, something that excites you, both about the two regions that we're representing, about the continent that we're in, as people that are supporting enterprises. What are some of the things that are really, really exciting you? And also, you can close us off with that.
I'll go first. I think the biggest thing that's really exciting, particularly coming to this event, is, I mean, Dominique, I think, said earlier that we really need to be looking to Africa for inspiration. And in everything that we do, in the innovations that we make, in the technologies we use, in how we strategize and move forward in our businesses, our solutions are catered to us. And I think that definitely we're doing that in a room like this. Bringing people like you guys from Kenya, and I'm so glad I get to see some of my colleagues I saw in Kenya recently again. But bringing people from Kenya, which is also a huge economic hub in the East, to learn from them, I think is amazing. That's really, really exciting. I think it's a huge opportunity for us. And then the other opportunity that's really been exciting me at the moment is the circular economy in South Africa. We recently actually ran a program where just with 65 people, the evidence was there that the growth in income was almost exactly the same as any other enterprise support program SME. The job creation was almost exactly the same, but the profitability was 2 times that of any other business we had in incubation over the last 18 years. And I think that that is something to be excited about. We will be releasing a white paper on it, so keep your eyes peeled, okay, at Fetola and our white paper.
For me, what is exciting is, first, Africa and the African youth are very dynamic. However, over 30%, I guess 30% of Africa is all arable, and that comprises around 60% of the global arable land. However, we just contribute around 3% to the global economy, and around 30% of the world minerals are located in Africa. So if you connect the fact that we are youth and we are dynamic, it means that the future is going to be harsh, first, and two, the youth that we are youth. Right now, I don't want to say we don't care, but we are very dynamic and we are going to get these opportunities back to Africa.
Yeah, I think for me, two things. One is the power of collaboration that is now emerging. I wouldn't have imagined a few years ago that ESOs from different countries could sit together and say, let's learn from each other. Maybe let's hold hands, pick the best practice and scale those across the continent. So that openness in collaboration is coming out more and more, and that is exciting. I think the other thing that is exciting me is my 11-year-old son telling me, I want to be an entrepreneur. Yeah, so I think right now the African continent is really awake to the fact that entrepreneurship is the next big thing. We're not waiting for blue-collar jobs anymore. We want to be entrepreneurs and take charge of our own destiny. I think that is really exciting, yeah.
Okay, I think you touched a very important point there. So for me, I think after during COVID, it was very dire in this country, and you can attest in some of the countries where you guys were going through the same. So, but I've seen the change in the entrepreneurship spirit is coming back, and that is very exciting. And with these platforms that are created, and I think it will be very important, and it is very important when we look at some of the program funding, that we can collaborate together. So there will be that exchange of some of our entrepreneurs going to Kenya to learn how things are done, and some coming this way. And some of the synergies, if there's a bigger company that does exactly what maybe the other counterpart is doing, they can maybe mentor them in some way. So we need to actually develop such strategies, and I see that is going to be helping us to bridge the gap in terms of the knowledge exchange, and I think it's very important. And also, if we go together looking for funding and going to knocking in these funding institutions, we come with a much bigger weight, and then we can be listened to. Thank you.
So I'm going to allow Dr. Mao to just have a few key findings. Actually, no, before I get to the key findings, something that is exciting you. I'm going to open up for Q&A. We'll take roughly 5 questions that are pointed. The entrepreneurs, you guys, please come back in front as well. We'll take just about 5 questions. Please make them specific. Don't start with a preamble. So what was that saying earlier? With the people. Right. Dr. Mao, anything that is exciting you right now?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And everyone must be wondering why I'm sitting here and not saying a word. Trust me, as a recovering academic, I like to call myself, took a lot of energy to say something. Because I was given the very difficult task of synthesizing both of these conversations. And if I respond directly to your question in terms of what opportunities excite me, I think that it has already been alluded to in this conversation. Africa as a young continent, I think that presents an excellent opportunity for growth, because everyone is looking at Africa. Many of these countries, particularly these 2 regions, have got relatively good education systems and so on. And for me, having lived in South Africa for 20 years and coming from Uganda, I see really an excellent opportunity for this region to partner with the East African region to tap foreign direct investors, because investors have some level of confidence towards South Africa because of the established systems and so on. But the real opportunity is actually in the rest of the continent. I always, working in this space, I always joke that, you see all of these, development partners and so on, they're actually living here in Pretoria, in Johannesburg. But if you go and ask for funding, they're saying, where is your project? Is it in Nairobi? Is it in Kenya? And so on. So really, there's an excellent opportunity to collaborate between the two regions, and the work that we do at the center is really deliberately trying to see how can we leverage this opportunity and make sure that we link entrepreneurs in these 2 regions.
Amazing. Right. Do we have questions? I'm sure we've got questions. There we go. There's one question there, the table in the middle.
I'll assist you. I will be your runner for this session.
Right. So we've got one question there at the back. Any other question? All right. And then the next one on this table.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zitu Shashwayo. I'm the national spokesperson for NAM, which is the National Association of Artisanal Miners. I also happen to be a member of a community. I belong to Kutala Environmental Care Group. Mine is very simple. Just wanted to find out regarding the informal sector, because I'm leading artisanal miners, which is an informal sector. We have an opportunity, through just transition of making sure that we can formalize and integrate artisanal miners, waste pickers, including fisher folk, because we understand that the informal sector has got a lot of people that are participating in it, but because it's informal and it's not integrated, we are losing a lot of opportunities, a lot of entrepreneurs, and a lot of potential. And we know that young people are the most that are participating in that sector. Just wanted to find out from the panelists if there are maybe collaboration that can be of use, to artisanal miners, waste pickers, the informal sector, to work collaboratively with you guys so that you can be able to strengthen one another, but more than that, we can learn from each other and be able to formalize the sector here in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Debu Homoya. I work for South African Local Government Association. I had an engagement with the University of Mpumalanga. It's about 10 years old, and I met with the final year environmental studies students. And it was interesting to realize a sample size when I asked them, do they know anything about just transition or just energy transition? It was painful to see that they had no understanding of that. And one of the things we were going there for was to talk on entrepreneurship and all of that. What I want to check from yourselves is how do we cultivate the culture of entrepreneurship, especially in the green space, in these smaller provinces. I mean, Mpumalanga, we sort of a pilot with the JET, but when we are seeing young people within the very same province who still don't have a lot of understanding and information, and also how do they capture the opportunities that are coming by. One of the things that I want to really do is to bring the culture of them thinking towards the entrepreneurship space instead of looking for work. They were calling us to talk about where are the jobs in the environmental sciences stream, but I just want to check with you, how do you start? Because some of you have been in the space for long, you've been doing this. Did you have to go teach them the space and cultivate that entrepreneurship spirit, or how else do you go around that? Thank you.
Right.
Do you want to get the answer?
Okay, can I ask Mr. Tutuko to answer the first question and the second one, and then David as well.
All right, in terms of the Zippo's question, so Zippo, I'm glad that you actually mentioned that question, because it looks as though people, when they come to us, you just have to have a fine-tuned prototype or proof of concept of sort, but we are actually moving away from that. I mean, I was involved in putting together some of the concept, a roundtable concept for manufacturing. And also it's going to be answering the lady over there to say we need to be proactive in coming up with this solution so that we get the MEC sitting in one table with us to say, and also I've been in such work, so we can talk outside, can take it outside and discuss the way forward. And I'm very passionate about that. In terms of, the waste takers, we're putting together a program that's going to be helping them. It includes capacitating these people, as well as some competition and monies and prizes that's going to help them to set them up formally. So yeah, there's a couple of things in the pipeline, but we work in silos and the guys are aware, and then we find that we might be doing something similar somewhere. So it's a matter of putting our minds together and coming up with great ideas and solutions and discussing it and getting it out there.
Yeah. I think for the second question around working with university students, just transition entrepreneurship, I think from my experience, the question is always to flip it up to those young people. And sometimes, for what I've seen, like we've run some innovation challenges at the universities, and we asked them, from where you were coming from, you're coming from informal backgrounds or rural cities and stuff. What are some of the challenges that you see every day happening within your community? And how can you turn that into an innovation? How could you do it? And you run an innovation challenge around that. So if it's around waste management, if it's around, I don't know, water storage and collection and something like that. And you get the young people in groups. And once people are responding to their own challenges that they've lived, they are very original with the ideas. And if there's then a bit of funding that you would award a prize for the winner of a certain challenge, that a group that came up with the most innovation, then that way they're very much committed. So I think the risk that we have most times is to start with a theory, which is not interesting. But if you start with the real things, the reality on the ground, and tell those young people, how would you solve this in an innovative way? And let's create a competition around that. Young people likes to be challenged and stuff, and to compete against their peers. The more you do that, and then you can come and complement that with a theory. You know, what you did was an innovation, a business model is this way and that way, while they have already a prototype or an MVP or the solution they want to have. So that would be a way, an easy way. You flip the problem, and they will be very much engaged. Yeah.
Just to add, we had the same problem when we were starting Mount Kenya Hub, because every time we held competitions and when we were doing the trainings, the same people who attend are the same people who continue to attend. You find the same solution that somebody presented on the first day is still presenting the same solution at the same level. So what we did is, for us, what we did is, each and every time we need to have, like, you cluster these different cohorts so that it's easier for you to track and trace. If you let them continue being together, whereby you have a first year interlinking with the fourth year, sometimes the first year will think that he knows nothing. Yeah? But when they have different clusters, it's very easy for them to learn from one another, and as well as if you want them to interlink with the people who are ahead of them, it's very easy to interlink. And apart from that, what David just said, is just to flip and make them be the people who are championing these kind of things, so that if they're able to create communities on their own. I have seen, for example, in our hub, we have seen people who are, for example, who are just interested in IoT in agriculture. They just build their own community, and they are learning from one another in that different community. People in data science, they are doing the same kind of things, which becomes very easy, and as David said, becomes very interesting for them to learn from one another. So if you're able to cluster, that would be very good.
Right. Dr. Mao, you wanted to say something?
I guess being the academic in this room, I have to say something. No, but one point I wanted to show is that statistics actually show that generally young people at the universities these days are looking towards occupations that have impact. Yeah. So they're not necessarily driven by how much money they're going to be able to make. And if you look at the activity at the universities, the level of associations and so on, there's an increasing interest of young people wanting to do this kind of impactful type of careers. And in my own organization, I always say I have one criteria to hire people, as long as you can write. I don't care whether you did engineering, whether you did social science, and so on. Because the bigger point is that the transition is an economy-wide transition. We don't just want environmental scientists, we want engineers, we want social scientists, we want all sorts of people, so that we can be able to take this message mainstream and can be able to bring about the economy-wide transition that is needed.
Yeah. Isabel, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I did have one more thing to say. I think that in South Africa, we are in a space where we do have a very low entrepreneurial spirit. It is changing, but we have very sadly had a very low entrepreneurial spirit. And I think from like a government perspective and from banks, from commercial spaces, we need to be encouraging people to take more risks. We don't allow that here. You look at countries like America with very high entrepreneurial spirit, they're allowed to fail like 3 times and the bank will still give them a loan. Here they're like 1 time, sorry, bye. Yeah. And I really think we need to be cultivating that idea that we can take risks and that it's okay to fail. We just really focus on stability, I think, a lot of the time, just keeping things stable.
Sure. Very good point. Last round. All right.
Okay, I just wanted to make it more of a comment with a bit of a question to it. Entrepreneurs, I think, are more born than they are invented or created in colleges and university. The problem with the models you've been talking about where the hubs are sponsoring university students, you've got to talk about the IP, because anything you develop in the university ends up belonging to the university. So the students who go start a business in university end up leaving, and they're back on the street tarmacking looking for a job, and university continues running that innovation. So I really tell innovators, don't share your innovation with anybody, not even your lecturer in the university, because it will get stolen, and you will no longer be your innovation. So there's a lot of challenges there. I think one of the biggest challenges that we've had with my company, we had when we first started out, we needed startup capital and what have you. The innovation, it was actually Kenya Climate Innovation Center. Because we were talking about something completely off the books, because our digester doesn't look anything like the digesters that they saw in the books, to them it was going to fail. And therefore, they wouldn't give us any, they wouldn't fund us in any way. So the innovation centers have to realize that innovators, the I stands for innovation. And as you said, you're going to fail, you're going to get up. So, if you really do have your heart in something, you're going to come across obstacles. You've got to cross them, but it doesn't mean that the innovation is going to fail. It just needs fine-tuning, it needs tweaking, it needs changing, it needs, we changed our model of our digester 4 times before we have what we have right now, because that's how innovation happens, So I think what the innovation centers need to do is realize that, as you said, they've got to allow the innovators to experiment, because that's what innovation is about. It's about experimenting and testing. There's no book on it. There's no history of it, so you can't compare it to anything. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
So that one was a comment and a suggestion. So I'll let anyone who wants to respond to that one.
Thank you for the comment. And I think what we are doing as well as being innovation hubs is actually to engage more universities now. There are some universities that have some innovation hubs, others don't. But there is some researches being done by either students and faculty who are supervising. But the issue is whether those universities actually have an IP policy that allows for sharing of the IP between the innovators, the faculty, the university itself, and so on. Because without such a policy, then there's no protection. And if you're an innovator and you need a faculty, you need the lab to be able to create your innovation. If you hide it, you don't build it. But what is needed more is that all those universities have IP policies in place that actually protect. Yeah, and if you're protected, sometimes you don't even need to have a patent because it takes so long and it's very expensive. The moment you launch a patent registration, so it's called patent pending, you're good enough and you're secured to actually proceed with your innovation. Yeah, so that would be my quick reaction.
Can I give some, just out of my own experience and what I've been told is, for entrepreneurs, build it a little bit first and then go to the universities. Because if you build it at the university, then that's where the IP problems are going to be. So if you've got an innovation, send yourself an email with that innovation. And email has got a date stamp. It's coming from you. Write that innovation there. And then you can go to collaborative partners. But if you start with the collaborative partners, then the IP situation becomes tricky. And 100% of all South African universities have an IP policy. IP belongs to the university if it's built there. They will give you something as an inventor, but it's never going to be anything close to 50%. So build it first and then go to the collaborative partners. Right now, we partner with the Nelson Mandela University. Great partners, got everything that we need. But that's because we're coming with our own IP. Then they give us the tools, the academic knowledge, and everything. We're coming with the IP. I would like to ask Dr. Mao, crystallize it, make it firm, not too academic, and then we'll close up the session.
I think I will start, a lot of the framework of how I was going to synthesize has already been said, but I would just like to come back from the point of innovation. from a very practical sense, because in 2018, when Cape Town had the water crisis, for those who know, we had like 1 week before the system was going to shut down, basically. The Water Research Commission asked us to do some research work, and the research work was really that South Africa has all of this water expertise, all of this expertise. Why is it that, South Africa is having a water crisis? You have the technology, you have the skills, and so on. Why do we have the water crisis? So we spoke to, actually the report is online, called the South Africa Water Innovation Story. It's really, we talked about 2 different innovators and so on. And one of the most important things we found out was that, related to IP, is that a lot of the students, for example, who are actually innovating at the university, they would write their thesis up to a point and not disclose the most cutting edge thing they've come across, because they are afraid that the university will lash onto it. And with the hope that when they go out there, they're going to be able to continue with their innovation, and unfortunately life happens. They go into corporate space, and so the innovation falls through the system. So how I was actually going to synthesize this session based on the first and the second group was that, when you look at the innovation, we need to think about it as an ecosystem. And it's not something that you can walk a journey alone. I'm one of the people who believe that innovators are good at innovating, but they're not necessarily the best people in building a business. So how do you build those right partnerships so that when your idea can move from one stage into another, And what we found over the years, and I think has been alluded to in this discussion, is that the innovation ecosystem is very broken. You have the universities doing their thing, you have their funders who are looking for pipeline of projects, and then in the middle you have your innovators. And the innovators, what happens is that at the university you might get a little bit of funding to do your research and so on, but when it's beyond proof of concept, when you're starting to do a product market fit, the funding falls through, and then you go the cycle of writing grants and grants and grants, and the next thing you give up, take up the next corporate job, And I think that's really been alluded to in all of these discussions. But for me, what came out very clear here in relation to these regions is that the need for local innovation. I was so glad I never had anyone talk here about, Silicon Valley type models. I always tell entrepreneurs, we don't have space to build games. We want businesses that can create water, that can give us electricity, and so on. We're not Silicon Valley, we're Africa. We have problems here that we need to solve. So the local innovation, I think, came out very strongly in terms of what being pushed forward. And also this issue around affordability, that, you can have your innovation, but if it's not affordable, then what are you going to do with it? You have a certain cap through which you can reach. And I think that the fact that, there's relatively, especially from the African Union perspective, this idea around the Africa free trade area, I think that opens really great opportunity for us to start to think. I'm sure that we would not be talking about this conversation a few years ago. Yeah. Just yesterday there was a story on IOL that I think Ghanaians and Kenyans, let's talk about this. The number of Kenyan visitors have increased by 247%. And that's because last year, Kenya and South Africa had that agreement of visa-free movement. So you don't have to apply for visas and stuff. So those will open opportunities for us to move forward. And in terms of the incubation space, I think that a lot has really been shared in terms of the challenges, in terms of working with entrepreneurs and the need to handhold entrepreneurs for a long term. And what I would like to say also here is that, the incubation space is not an easy space to do. It's without external funding. It's not something that you can see the results. Like I said, with the first incubation program we ran was in 2014. Up to now, we have some of those guys in a WhatsApp group. I often still receive messages requiring recommendations and so on. So it's a long-term journey that needs to be charted. There was a comment around donor and how we respond to donor. I think that if we are more organized on the ground, we should be able to inform the agenda of the financiers instead of the other way around. Instead of responding to what funders want, we should be able to dictate to them what is it that we actually want. Because the truth is that a lot of these investors are sitting with all this money that they need to deploy. They don't know how to deploy that. So the more organized we're on the ground, the better we're able to do that.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Murindeni. Fantastic panel. And I'm sure the panelists will be around a little bit later on should people want to network with them during the the cocktail session. So thank you so much to not just this panel, but the panel you had before, and of course the questions that were coming through from the floor. So we're now going to be moving to something that I think is very exciting, and you're going to see what that is shortly. Oh, I think that went a little bit ahead of me. But I'm going to be quick here just so you can see that particular video. So for the past 3 years, and with support from Nedbank, Indalo has been implementing the South African Green and Inclusive Enterprise Awards and Support Program, also known as Siagea. And before I give you the instruction of what's going to happen, let's have a look at the video. And it's going to be a short video, and then once we've seen that, I'll tell you what happens next.
The main focus of this initiative is to collect waste material and convert them into useful and valuable products. Many people are depending on firewood for cooking and heating. So this forces them to go to the forest and cut trees, and this is causing a deforestation. Ziphatho Green Tech has developed an alternative source of energy, which is a Hashamulilo eco briquettes. We do not cut trees to make the eco briquettes, and the briquettes, they do not produce any smoke. We collect waste plastic and convert into plastic bricks for building and also for paving. We do not use water and cement in the process of making these plastic bricks. We also use the waste plastic to make the brooms. Ziphatho Green Tech has benefited a lot from Siagea because we were able to develop a winning business plan. We received funding, of which we were able to purchase equipment. We have created jobs. We are training people to learn more about waste management. Thank you to Indalo Inclusive and Nedbank for assisting us.
I am the founder and managing director of Tosh Detergents, a company that manufactures quality household cleaning detergents that focus on sustainability. Our products have been made from pure forms of raw materials to ensure that it's gentle to the users and gentle to the environment. Making soap was a skill that I had learned from my mother. She would make soap using an indigenous plant. She would dry it up and use it to wash dishes, clothes, and everything else. One of the major problems that we are trying to solve is to encourage hygiene using sustainable products that are affordable. We've got about 20 employees. We've got our merchandisers that are also revitalizing the township economy. The community is able to come and buy our products in bulk at an affordable rate, repackage it, sell it, and create employment for themselves. I first heard about the Siagea program on their social media platform. The financial support has assisted us because we're able to buy machinery, raw materials in bulk, which has increased our revenue and it has reduced our cost of production. We have realized that with the business growth and the increase in resources, we need a bigger space. So we are looking for a bigger manufacturing space. And in the long term, we would like to also export our products into the SADC region.
The challenge that our enterprise solves is one of food waste. Our black soldier fly farming techniques also allows us to solve issues within the protein and fertilizer markets. We create sustainable, nutritious, and affordable protein and frass, which can be given to farmers as a sustainable alternative. Since we began the program about a year ago, we have been able to build our capacity from processing 300 kgs of food waste per month to 3.6 tons. This allowed us to process even more larvae. The technical and financial support was really great for building a solid foundation for our business and for accelerating our growth. We had many tangible outputs, such as creating a business plan, which we will now use for fundraising. And on the financial side, we were able to build our infrastructure and also buy equipment that we need to collect more waste and then process even more waste. We are extremely grateful to Nedbank and to the Indalo Inclusive team for all their time and energy that they have put into making sure that our businesses thrive.
At Lefakong Farming, we use the business model of farm to packet, where it's the primary agriculture of the actual moringa trees. We then look at the harvesting, the drying. So with the dried leaves, one can then do your tea bags, powder capsules, and the moringa tree does produce seeds. So you can also then press oil with that for your cosmetic. The moringa tree, being the tree of life, is drought resistant. Thus, it doesn't require a lot of water. It assists with the carbon emissions. We did a lot of workshops, mentorship, and that aspect actually helped me to think out the box of how I can grow this business. After we won the award, we were able to then secure, with the grant money, a tea bagging machine. So it has actually doubled or tripled our production of tea bags. Hence, we are able to do 5 different variants of tea bags, and we're able to take on more orders. So that has assisted us to be able to grow and see more financial benefit.
Mutla Farms is an eco-friendly farm. We farm off-layer chickens, seasonal vegetables, as well as hemp, which is cannabis sativa. From the hemp, we develop various products, such as skincare products, healthcare products, as well as the teas that we infuse with different botanicals. So with the grant money that we won from Siagia, we were able to erect a multi-span greenhouse, as well as buy a chicken coop, layer cages for our layer hens, as well as complete the drip irrigation system. The mentorship was very helpful. We have become more productive in terms of being able to draw up business plans or proposals. When you're doing applications, that is a prerequisite. Throughout our time on the program, we have been privileged enough to be linked to other SMMEs where we can help each other grow and collaborate on various different product ranges that will benefit everyone.
Green Movement Energy was established as a recycling company. So what we typically do is your backpacking recycling, collecting from household to household, business to business. Essentially, a woody is a sustainable, cost-effective, high thermal coal and firewood alternative with a high calorific value, which is a high heat output as compared to your normal coal and firewood. Our product produces lesser smoke, which then directly impacts the amount of pollution. So we have distributors within the township who resell this product and then make money off of this product. So the program has helped me immensely to improve my business acumen skills, my marketing skills, my overall understanding of the business. Getting the funding, we were then able to reduce capital expenditure. In turn, had a direct impact in our selling price of our product, which then actually helped us in penetrating and increasing our sales revenue. I'm a proud alumni of this program, and I'd like them to continue in assisting entrepreneurs in solving real-life community challenges.
Microphone. There we go. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to go downstairs. This is basically a floor below us, and we're going to go to a pool deck. Well, not the pool deck, but the actual deck. And there are chairs set up. We're going to get into an awards ceremony where we're going to be recognizing some of the beneficiaries of the program for the year in question. And then we're also going to be having some words of encouragement, words of support, as we call it. And then we're going to be giving out the awards to the beneficiaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be moving downstairs. So if you can take your belongings, just to make sure that you've got everything that you've walked in the room with. And there will be individuals who are going to be helping you get downstairs in case you are a little lost. But it's literally below us. You turn right and then right again. There is a way to use the stairs or also the lift just to get to the deck. Thank you.